Lloyd Paulman, Queen Anne, Maryland.
Robert Sadoff Sr., Easton, Maryland.
Bunky Dolan, Cordova.
What are you guys talking about?
Y Mills dealership. There was a John Deere dealership in Y Mills, which many people don't remember. It was in a guy that had a store. He had like a hardware, just a general store, actually, few groceries. And he took a John Deere dealership, and he had a open shed in the back, and he sold John Deere tractors, and he had a man that worked for him from out here to a colored town here to Newtown, not too far from us. And he done all of his mechanic work, and he used to rebuild them tractors underneath of a tree with a chain hoist. And he could do one in about a day. And that went until probably around 47, 48, he died. And then Chairs had one up to Queen Anne, John Chairs. And it was Tri-County Garage, and he had a John Deere dealership in there. I know in 1953, because I bought some stuff from him. So, that was two that a lot of people don't remember. And I've got a tractor sitting there here, a John Deere tractor, and that's where it come from, Y Mills dealership.
Well, didn't you have Jump Hardware in Queen Anne
And
and International dealer,
Jump
right?
Hardware was in Queen Anne. They had a dealership there. And in 1953, I started farming, and I bought the last Super M that they had. And I bought it in the spring, and my brother had a tractor that burned up with a corn picker on it, and the MTAs were out because they only made them 1 year, and that was 1954. And then Queen Anne, they branched out and had another place in Centerville. They built a place there, and it was Bill Fleming and Jack Gibson and Barney Kibler, and they all were in it together. And Barney Kibler and Jack Gibson run the place at Centerville. And it went down probably 2 or 3 years before Jump Hardware did, and Elliott's had come in the picture.
Okay.
2 or 3 years before Jump Hardware went under.
And Elliott's is at Easton, right?
And Elliott's was at Easton. Raymond Elliott, and he was in the trucking business, him and a man by the name of Lord, and he took over the International Machinery business, and Lord took over Elliott Trucking. That was in probably about 1950.
Okay.
And I guess the other dealerships, it was one in Trapp. Adams had that. Man named Charlie Adams it would have been Charlie's uncle.
Had that
dealership but it never did get too big, and it kind of phased out, I would say, in the early 50s.
Were these all John Deere dealerships?
No, some of them, these were international. The first ones I said were John Deere.
Yeah.
Tri-County Garage was
John Deere.
Garage was John Deere.
John Deere. Jump Hardware was International.
That's right.
Right.
the Tri-County Garage was
Chairs, right?
Mr. Chairs.
That's right. It was John, Jack, and Neil's father.
Right.
And Mr. Chairs, when I started farming in the early 60s, brother and I went in there and we had no money. We needed the corn planter to plant our bean or corn that year. He took us down east and showed us one. And we said, Mr. Chairs, how are we going to pay for this? He said, boys, you get your corn check this fall, come see me. And he done that with a lot of people. That old man helped a lot of people. He was a good fellow. And that was the forerunner of, it went to Chairs Brothers.
That's right.
After that, then they moved out on the corner there.
Do you know roughly the timetable of when those transitions occurred?
Yeah, Chairs is what, Mercer Chairs, I say in 1953, he was still there.
Yes.
So it was probably 54, 55, 56. Summers in that period of time when Jack and Neil took it over.
Well, Jack actually came with his dad. And then
That's
Neil,
right.
Neil came back from service,
That's right.
and that's basically when the Cherish Brothers part of it came.
Mm-hmm.
Neil was in the
That's right.
sales, and Jack took care
Did
of
all
Jack
the
was a
mechanical
mechanic.
work, right? Was a
Doing the shop.
mechanic.
Still located uptown? Is that-
It was uptown,
Yes,
wasn't
yes,
it? Right
uptown.
uptown.
Yep, right in there behind the high school.
And then about when did they move out to the present location?
What do you think, late 60s?
That was no, it was
No,
probably in the
Before
Probably.
that,
You think before that?
wasn't it?
yeah.
Was it?
I was thinking it was in the 70s when they
Is that right?
went out there. Yes. Yeah. Because
Several years after. What about Bobby? You got good knowledge.
Yeah.
While we're on the topic, let's go on through it.
yeah.
What we're trying to do is kind of go on through a topic at a time, and then move on to another.
Yes.
So we'll finish up with shares. Now, I didn't get this thing going, but just go ahead and all of you state your names and everything.
We did.
We did.
We did.
Steve, our
Okay.
newcomer.
Go ahead, Bob.
Bobby Hutchison, Cordova.
Bob, if you can embellish on the Cherish Brothers history.
Yeah, we've dealt with them as long as I can remember. So my memory would start about 56. But talking about the new location, I come back and started farming in 73, and it was several years after that. So I'm guessing it was in the late 70s that they moved out there. I can't recall the first tractor we purchased out there.
And then Mike would have taken over about when?
My guess would be the early 90s.
Well,
That-
Mike was actually Jones Equipment actually bought that, and Mike actually was running it for him.
I wasn't
Oh,
aware
yeah.
of that.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Jones,
knew that.
Jones
So
owned
that
it.
was actually purchased by Jones?
Yes.
And Mike was running?
Yes.
Mike
And
had,
the tractor was actually owned by Jones Farm Equipment?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Well, do they still own it?
well.
I mean, I
it's-
guess it all
it's
comes
Atlantic
under
Tractor
Mid-Atlantic
all together,
Tractor
so
now.
Yeah.
It's all together.
But my understanding is the owners own their spots. Isn't that correct? I don't think Atlantic Tractor purchased that
Dealership.
dealers. I'm not sure
I
all
don't,
the-
I don't know on that.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
that's the way I understand it, but I'm not sure.
Mr. Buck, while we're on Queen Anne, did you go through much of the jump hardware history?
Well,
If not, how about we now we go ahead and talk about jump hardware?
they were there for a long time, and there was a lot of, most everybody around here dealt with them, and I have seen a ledger that they kept when they had that business, and a lot of people right around here, their names are in there where they bought machinery, and I remember one they bought a spring tooth for like $16, and they paid like $1 a week on it. I mean, they didn't pay any money down,
Yeah.
and that was back during the Depression, right after Depression, like in the 30s, or before my time, really.
And what's your remember? So you dealt with them.
I dealt with them. I bought the last Super M that they had, and that was in 1950. That was in 1953.
1954. Show that. Sure. So, go ahead.
Yeah. And they, it was just a good dealership, and I can't go back much further than that because that's when I started to farming, and my biggest memories of it. Yeah, they sold water pumps, and when hay balers first come out, they had them. Omer had my oldest brother, him and another guy. They had one of the first balers, New Holland balers, had the old canvases in them, and they baled a lot of hay, custom work with hay.
Yeah.
So they were a big dealer, but that's about as far as I can in the history of them,
And when do you suppose they closed?
They closed in 1953 or 4 because I bought the last tractor they had.
You bought the last tractor?
Yes. And of course I told them they had a place in Centerville too.
really?
Oh, yeah, they built a place in Centerville.
Where was that located?
Where you go into Centerville and then the road that goes to Queenstown to the left, it was right in that Y where the liquor store is, the bank now. It was right there.
Mr. Robert, you remember that?
Yes, sir.
I like that.
And then right down the hill, bottom of the hill was
John Deere.
John Deere place.
That's right.
Emery.
Now, is that what Emery
Yes.
had John Deere?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. They were a full-fledged John Deere dealership there.
Now, had they had John Deere for a lot of years? I mean, how far back do you think that went?
That wasn't. He
That I
never.
can't- I can't answer
He
that.
never went back real far. Because I remember when he went there, I mean, he was never a real big deal.
No.
Emery wasn't, but. And that was an old mill he was in.
I guess that's right.
Yeah, it was an old mill, actually. He sold out of it.
The building's still there, right? All the buildings
Yes,
Yeah.
the building's still there.
All right, I don't think we'll just stop here.
Oh, let me have you introduce yourself one at a time.
I'm Gus Gibson, Queen Anne, Maryland.
That is correct. Next.
I'm Bob Barton, Queen Anne, Maryland. And we're probably the two oldest guys in Queen Anne.
There are no prizes today.
Cordova too.
Great, and we're still on the subject of Jump Hardware, right, Jump Hardware?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, we can embellish on that if we want, or whatever Mr. Bobby would like to cover.
The one thing that I remember, my father bought an M tractor in 1941 when the war started. And he traded off a pair of horses on the trade.
How about that?
Yes.
And about what time would that have been? And do you remember what the tractor was?
It was an M International, and it was on rubber. And everybody else in our neighborhood had H's.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, Mr. Barton, what do you want that great big tractor for? And and then a lot of people started then with the M's, and then you know what's come from behind from that. Yes. Now at that point, Mr. Horace Morgan and Mr. Henry Morgan were the owners of Jump Hardware.
Frank,
And at some point, they sold out to Bill Fleming, Barney Kibler, and Jack Gibson. I don't know the dates,
I
No,
don't have
no.
the dates either.
but it was interesting to me that they would take horses in the trade.
Now, Mr. Bobby, who do you suppose in the neighborhood ended up with your horses?
Most likely. And my father had an old Hartpar tractor that he traded off. So he traded horses and old Hartpar for the M. My father was of the school that he didn't think you ought to buy anything if you didn't have money. He didn't want
There
to do
you
it
go.
on time.
That's right.
And they Jump Hardware took the old Hartpar and backed it up under a tree in the yard. And I remember my father saying, when that little old tractor that we just bought is 18 years old, there won't be a piece of it big enough to find. And some of these old M's are still running.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Mr. Gus?
yeah. Of course, I'm just a young man. I don't know as much as you older fellows. But I was affiliated with Jump Hardware in some regard because living up the street, I guess my father had a store there for many years. And, of course, I used to see him come and go. And he used to bring those tractors in on those flatbed flatbed trailers.
Trains.
And they never had the cleats on. And I can remember when they had the cleats separate, and they always one or two would be missing, and then they'd have a heck of a time trying to find the cleats because they ran those off on another truck and brought it there to Jump Hardware. But finding those cleats was quite a problem. And I tell you, it's quite interesting to see the way they were, trying to fill in. And I know a lot of the farmers that came in there, they loved that. It wasn't an M, it was another tractor, but they seemed to love it quite a bit. And they had, I think, a good dealership there. I know when I was going to school, let's see, I think went to Washington College, and my father, of course, had an old 28 Buick, and Jump Hardware had a fuel tank there, or a gas tank, and well, that's the only source of, for that particular time there was, and so I went up there and got 6 gallons of gas for $1, and I thought, well, that's pretty good. But the old 28 Buick held up very well, and I was able
6
to.
gallons of gas for $1.
Yes. But they were very accommodating, all of them, and whatever you needed, some question.
What would you estimate the year roughly of when that occurred?
What year did you graduate?
39.
39.
1930. But I remember also Jump Hardware, they had a building out back there. Well, I guess an auxiliary building. And they had a little bit of everything. And I remember one place, one section there, they had dynamite. Big box of dynamite with no lid. And I can remember now that people go back there looking for dynamite, and I guess if you wanted one, I'm just saying whoever was, probably Barney Kibberson, they usually picked it up. Mr. Messick, I can't think of his first name, but Bill.
Ray Messick.
Ray
was one in Cordova.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Ray Messick.
Right. But anyway, he was in charge there, and he's
Bernard.
Bernard
Bernard was
Messick.
He
Billy's
said,
father.
Yes.
That was Billy's father.
if you want some dynamite, go back there and pick it up. And I can imagine, here's a big box, wide open, going down there and just pulling out a stick of dynamite. And
Not even a lid on it.
no, wasn't any little one. But they had some great things there. But they were very accommodating. I tell you, they helped a lot of people. And it was quite interesting to see what they did do. And of course, I remember when they built the ramp there, before loading and unloading tractors and trailers and so forth was a problem, so they built a ramp there. And I can remember some of the boys back up there and put them long planks, and once in a while they'd slip, and of course they'd have a problem, and then, well, we'll get it, and after a while they did. But they also, Jump Hardware, as you know, back, I worked for Horace Morgan for a number of years. He taught me so much. And, but anyway, he had a junkyard right there in the corner that if the farmers bring in the equipment and couldn't get rid of it, they had a junkyard there which they were able to take care of anybody that needed to do it. And it's quite interesting because I think at Halloween time we found a lot of it was up and down the streets, which shouldn't have been, but more or less.
All right. I'd like to move on.
Yeah.
Mr. Bob has got Ed Davis, blacksmith in Hillsborough. Can
Yep.
you visit that a little bit?
Mr.
Amen.
Ed Davis had a little old blacksmith shop down there behind the church, and the old floor was crooked, and you put stuff. He'd go in there and he'd say, "Yeah, leave her right there, and I'll fix it." And when you went back, whether it was a week or a month or a year, it was still right there. But he would, he knew right exactly where it was, and if you had time and you gave him a little drink, he'll fix it. He used to shoe horses.
I've carried many one up there.
Right. And the thing that I remember the most about Mr. Ed Davis, he could tell the greatest stories you ever heard in your life. And my father sent me one time on a bicycle to get fixed on a binder. And he got to telling me stories, and my father had come find me.
I want to tell you a little story about him, too. I used to ride up there from where we lived. I'd ride a horse up there to get his shoes put on it. And Bobby, he'll verify this. Mr. Ed, he was kind of humped over and strong as, he could just grab a horse, pick him up. But he'd send me up early in the morning to get this horseshoe, and you'd go in there, and it was during the war. Mersted'd say, "Oh my God, boy, I can't get no nails, can't get no shoes." Said, "I haven't got it." My father, he'd come along, and he'd have half a plate with him, and he'd carry it in there. Say, here's something here. He said, "Boy, get right to the horse." He'd go back there and say, "Doggone, didn't find a set of shoes back here." But he was one of a kind, wasn't he, Bobby?
One of a kind, and he was a great night hunter. He liked to
Coon.
Coon hunt.
Coon hunt. And he said he had the best coon dog in Caroline County. And he said all you had to do was see a stretcher, and that dog would come and bring
size
that fits that stretcher. And he said one night his wife came out of the with a ironing board and said that dog went back in the woods and they've never seen him since.
While we're on blacksmithing, I see you have Pug Sewell.
Yes.
Wye Mill.
Yes.
To that.
That was Hackett's.
Remembrance of Pug Sewell and Wye Mill.
That was
yeah.
Hackett Sewell's brother that had the John Deere dealership at Wye Mills.
And Mr. Howard Sewell had the mill in Queen Anne.
That's right.
That's another brother.
That's right.
Yes.
Now that was what a grain mill.
He made
Flour
flour.
mill.
The farmers took wheat when they thrashed wheat, and they go back any time during that year and get their part of the flour and the bran and whatever is left.
And where was that located?
The mill is still there.
there.
Right back there, almost in front of where Coverman Metz had that grain buying. The mill and some of the equipment still in there.
Between the railroad tracks and David Shaw's. If you're going by David's, it's on the right. It's across the street from David, but down to the I think it's the last building before the railroad track.
That's right. That's right.
See, the cooler was on the other side.
And
Yeah.
some of that equipment is still in there.
Yeah.
Jack
Gibson still
owns it. Still owns
Some
it.
of the
Yeah.
equipment is still there.
Yes.
That's interesting. How about that? Well, back to Pug Sewell. Any more remembrance of that blacksmith shop? What?
Yeah, he used to rub snuff and it run down both sides of his mouth, and he made a lot of wooden spokes for wooden wheels, and them bands. He'd cut them bands on a wagon wheels and what they call draw them, pull them together, tighten them up. And that's plowshares. He'd grind them for people and do any kind of blacksmith it was. I don't ever remember him shoeing any horses, but he may have before my time, but I don't remember him ever doing that.
And Mr. Bobby, Pippin Brothers, Oliver Farm Equipment in Roosburg.
Yes. There's a little store still there, but they sold Oliver Farm Equipment.
Now, where would that have been located?
Right in the heart of Roosburg.
Well, in relation to where the store is.
Right.
It's the
Across from it,
same building,
Same
yeah.
building. And about what time period, when do you think they went out of business, if you had to guess?
I would be strictly a guess. I'd say probably in the like 40s or something like
Yeah,
that.
early 50s.
Yeah,
Late,
I think it was 50s.
early 50s.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
Oliver Equipment never really was a dominant.
But there was a dealership here in Longwoods down here. Dudley Piper had it on Longwoods Road, right past Philip Hutchinson's. When you go by Phillips, it's on the left where they made an apartment at that shop. People live in that, and his home's there. And for years and years, there's a gas tank that's set right in front of it. You may have seen it, one of them old gas tanks. But Dudley Piper he had that. That was in the.
They called it Hammerley Shop.
Yeah, well, Mr. Hammerley was his father-in-law, but Dudley's the one that Oliver.
Is that where Reuben Sloan bought all his Oliver tractors from?
Yes.
Early on?
Yes, it was. It sure was.
Well, Mr. Bobby, what else in Queen Anne or whatever of significance would you like to speak about today?
Well, at one time, the Abbott's dairies had they received milk. The farmers brought their milk in cans, in Durbins every day, and that building is still there. And in the meantime, Bob Kibler made an ice plant there in Queen Anne, in the same building after Abbott's moved to Easton.
Okay, so then Abbott's moved out from Queen Anne and moved to East.
Right.
About what time period would that have been?
Now, it'd have to be in the 30s.
Yeah, it was way
Yeah.
back there.
Now, are any of those buildings still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the same building that the Abbins had, and then they made it into an ice plant. A fellow named Bob Kibler
Yep, Bob.
had ice plant in Queen Anne. And that building, it's a cement block building, and it's sitting right across from the mill.
Flour mill.
Yeah.
Right along the railroad track.
Yeah.
Train used to stop there every day. Well, the milk and had big coolers on that train. They took it to Clayton and then went to Philadelphia.
So the milk was picked up from
Right
there
there.
by train?
Train, yes,
Train,
yes.
How about that? Mr. Gus, what else would you like to cover?
Well, I don't know too much, but anything that be interesting would be something that I know in I was thinking Roosevelt right now. Years ago, we didn't have a place to play, say, for athletics or any kind at all. Everything that we did, we had to go out in the country and find a field somewhere. Mr. George Moore was very accommodating and let us go out in the pasture field where the cows and other people had used for a restroom, but more or less we didn't have a place to use as such. So I think the county bought the field for Mr. George Moore, which is adjacent to the town itself. And I think the way to change that over to a field, the local farmers had to come in there with their tractors and some mostly teamwork. And I remember now the scoops they had there that kind of leveled that out. And they made a tennis court there that was very convenient for some of the locals, because before that they didn't have anything. We had to walk from the high school there about a mile or close to it if we wanted to have soccer. Girls had to do any playing. So it was quite interesting to see how that developed into what it is now, a playground for whoever would like to use it or can use it. And I thought that was really nice.
Gussie, you got to tell him about the school up there. Bobby probably remembers it too when it was open.
Oh.
The high school there.
That's where I went
Yeah,
until they closed it.
And a lot of people don't know that was ever a school.
Yeah.
yeah. But it started off with that elementary school there. And
Gus?
yes, sir.
Can you speak just a little louder
Oh.
for us, please?
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't talk too much. Anyway, they had an elementary school there, I guess, up to 6. I think we had elementary school, which took up to 6th grade. And then from 6th grade up to when you graduated, usually 11th grade, we went to the high school. And we had, I think, four teachers there. And they did a very good job. But more or less, it was quite interesting to see how some of them came to work. Mrs. Claire Price lived in town, and she usually walked every day from where she lived to the school. And of course, Mary Cover, she lived in town too. But more or less, it was interesting to see how they progressed during the time as to what they were trying to do. And of course, John Mandel was also involved in it. He came from, let's see, where did John? Anyway, he came from another place there, but he did very well. Of course, we had a manual arts teacher who also did very well, taught us a lot. And
All right. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. If you all have anything else that you, Mr. Bobby, do you have anything else that you want to speak about?
No, I didn't know I was going to do this. And Gus and I can't stay very long.
Well, that's why I want to get anything else you want to cover, because I have some others that need to. But by all means, if there's anything else you want, we want to hear about it while you're there.
Well, there's one more thing I'll mention, and it's on my list. There was an old black man that used to dig wells in Queen Anne, Nance Thomas. Remember Nance?
Yeah,
Yes.
very well.
And I think that was an important thing at that point. And Gus and I are interested in what you're doing here, and whatever we can do to help, we're aboard.
Well, we may
Yeah.
very well follow up with that. Let's touch on that a minute while we're on the wells. Now, at that point, they would be hand dug
Yes.
and bricked in.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it was a little bit before my time, but I remember old Nunts. And my father had a well, a dug well that
Open
No.
well.
Huh?
Open well.
yeah, and every so often they have to clean it out. And my father would put a ladder down there and send me down and have to put a shovel and put the dirt or the sand in it. And if you've never been down a well, when you're down there, you look up, that hole's about that big around.
And it gets smaller. It gets smaller, doesn't it?
So you would clean the sand out and put it in a bucket or what have you,
And
they
he
would have to
and
take
then
out.
it was dripping on you, you know.
Yep.
And it wasn't one of my favorite jobs.
About how deep would you guess that well was?
Well, there were two on the farm, and one was 32 feet deep. And my former son-in-law and I decided we were going to take the bricks out of the well. And you know, they're not, they're just laid there.
Just laid there.
And we had an extension ladder that was 32 feet. And we put her down the well, and we didn't hold it right, and when we let go of it, it went clickety, 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 click. And the top of our ladder was 16 feet down the well. We didn't get many bricks.
Now let me ask you, about that time period, you didn't go to the kitchen sink and turn the spigot on and get water, huh?
Oh no.
Describe that a little bit. What's the daily water routine?
Well, we had an old pump, and we
Square
had
wood pump. Wooden pump.
yeah,
Yeah, we
and,
did too.
and
Box
a wooden
pump.
handle.
A wooden box
And
pump.
we had to water the cattle, pump for hours until the cows got all the what they wanted.
Now, was the cows, was the trough there, or did you have to transport the water?
No. We had a trough, little thing about 12 feet long that ran the water. That when it pumped it out of the pump, it ran into the trough. Yep.
George Moore, remember up there at the cattle barn, we had to do the same thing. He had to use that pump to fill that trough up to feed those cows. That was quite interesting because sometimes it would break, you know, and what's going to happen? And we had quite a time to get that fixed so we could go ahead and feed those cows, which were quite a few of them at a time.
We don't want to take up your
No, that's
time.
fine. Anything else that sticks out in your mind?
No, that's enough for today.
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to change up here a minute. Okay, introduce yourselves and go ahead.
Gus, you want to introduce yourself again?
Gus Gibson, of course, everybody knows him. I lived in Queen Anne for quite a long while. I'll be 91 my next birthday, so I'll see
Anyway,
him.
next
Yes.
birthday. Well, we're glad you're here.
Birthday.
Joe Sechrist. I grew up in Cordova and I've lived in Longwoods more recently.
Larry Mollick in Cordova. I grew up in Dover Neck farming.
All right, Joe, you've got to go, so let's see what you've got to tell us.
Well, I collect a lot of stuff related to canning factories, and all the farmers, or most of the farmers, depended on the canning factories to take their products to earlier. And probably my first experience was when I was about 8 or 9. I remember we lived not too far from what was the Phillips canning factory in Cordova, and when the wagons loaded of peas went around the corner there by the Baptist church off Kitty's Corner Road, they would spill some. And I would always run down and pick up some peas to bring home, so we had some peas to eat that were spilled from the cannery. And then after that, we would sometimes go down and see what was going on, all the activity there at the canning factory. And then somewhere later, a little bit later in life, I got interested in stuff related to the canneries and started collecting a lot of things. And I did a lot of work at the Defender canning factory in Trapp, electrical work I did, and also in the one at Landing Neck, and started collecting things related to the canneries. And one of the things particularly I've got is Stewart and Gerald can from Queen Anne, or actually Hillsborough. I guess Stewart and Gerald were the factory, I think, right, was in Queen Anne, and of course that factory's been in several hands, and that can is back in the display case back in the museum here on the grounds. And another nice can back there is from the Salisbury Brothers, which is a gallon-sized can. They had the Queen Caroline brand.
Well, let's take a minute, Joe, and go back to the cannery you were just talking about in Queen Anne. I don't know if you have remembrance of that, or just tell me a little bit about what you know of that can.
Who are you talking about, the tomato cannery or the corn factory?
Herschel and Gerald, was it?
Well, the can I have was from Stewart and Gerald. Yeah, actually, it was peas.
Do you know what time period that would have been?
It was from the 20s.
From the 20s?
Yeah. And that was even before Gussie was involved there. But I just happened to pick that can up somewhere, and I'm not sure which cannery that was. Gus can probably tell you more about that one.
Well, that was probably one going out of town. In other words, just up with the railroad. You used to be one there on the right.
That it was in Queen Anne.
Yes.
Right. It was there by where the grain place is now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I didn't mean to go ahead.
Good. And then the other cannery was the one down by the creek or river, which was the bigger cannery, and that one was owned by several different people.
Yeah, I would remember that as Fox's cannery. Right,
that was Fox's, yeah. And then the other canneries I was more familiar with was the ones at Trapp, with the Defender cannery. And there's a lot of Defender labels around. What happened, one of the fellows that was in the antique business, also his family was in the food brokerage business, and he came down to Charles Adams at Trapp and got a lot of his Defender labels, and the little 10-ounce one, the size that fits a Campbell soup can, there must have been 10 or 20,000 of them, because they've been all over the country ever since, and you see them on eBay and everywhere else all the time, these little Defender labels from Trapp. The more scarce ones are the bigger ones of different sizes. The interesting thing about the Defender, where they got that name, was it said Charles's, I guess it was his grandmother, they needed to pick a name for the cannery, and the safety pins had just come out at that time. One of the popular brands was called Defender. So they named it after the Defender, the safety pins, and called it Defender. And then they found that back in the 1890s, the ship that won America's Cup was called the Defender. So that's the ship that they pictured on their labels.
Is that right?
And so that that's the story how Defender comes about. But it's I've actually got a couple of the boxes of the Defender safety pins that were one of the first safety pins that come out for diapers, etc.
Larry, you've been involved in that. Can you add anything to this?
Well, he's more involved in it and been in it longer than I have. But one of the interesting things is some of the stuff that happened in the canning business and the process of growing the tomatoes. When you planted the crop, the Harrison Jarbo, we dealt with Harrison Jarbo on Dover Road, and I've got a receipt Daddy got 6,000 plants, and they had to be with a spade made a hole and stuck, and Mama used to muddy them. They all had to be muddied so the roots would be wet so they'd live. You didn't plant them, we didn't, until after lunchtime, and they had less sun on them to burn them. So they stand up, and then the next morning you went out to see how many of the cutworms had cut, and then you had to replant them, and the leftover plants, you took a spade and made a trench, put water in it, and planted the plants right together. They called it trenching them, and those are the ones you use to replant. And then the tomatoes had to, Daddy always set by hand, and then when they got to standing good, you cleaned the chicken house out, and you took buckets and put hands full of chicken manure to each plant. You cultivated that in. The next week you fertilized them by hand, and then July and August you picked them by hand and hauled them to the canning house. But one of the things I wanted to mention, and I can't find too much information other than word of mouth years ago, when you go down Chilcott Road, going to the landfill, instead of turning into the old landfill, the next crossing was a railroad track, went from Claiborne to Oxford to Ocean City. And right at that intersection on the right, joins up to the Ewan farm, was a canning house. And it was supposed to have been one of Harrison and Jarbaugh's first canning houses. Now, it sounds funny being out in the woods and away from everything, but the railroad give them the transportation. And I've never found any records of what year it was and everything. But Eldridge Cole lived in Carolina, and he said the boys would walk from Holgall area across the railroad, and they would load boxcars at night. So, but at the end, tomatoes, yeah, Joe agree with you. Could go on and on and on. I mean, the different.
Yeah, I want to get back to Joe because he's got to go. Joe, what else you got to tell us?
Well, there were canneries probably about every 5 miles, it seems like, because early on when the canneries were first built, most of the transportation getting to them was by horse and wagon. There was one at the end of Probasco Landing Road. Back on the maps of 1871, it shows a cannery there, which was Probasco, and that's the people named Probasco is where that name came from. And they also, the family also had a cannery in New Jersey. And I have a can from the New Jersey cannery, but I don't have one from here. But and there was one on the back road almost across from the schoolhouse here in Long Woods. There was a cannery there. And then there was, of course, Tillman Island, there was a cannery, and Faulkner had a cannery on Tillman Island, besides the Tillman Packing Company was the real big one. I've got a picture over there of Valiant's in Bellevue. It was a cannery there. It was a cannery in Royal Oak. Harrison Jarboe, of course, had them in Sherwood, McDaniel, St. Michael's, Landing Neck, outside of Easton, and besides the one that Larry was talking about, the part of the one that's still there on Chilcott Road, right after you turn off of Dover Road, the building is still there. That was Harrison Jarboe's cannery there. And they also had one at Chapel at one time. And of course, there was 2 canneries in Cordova. The one that the feed mill now, that was Talbot Packing Preserving, and later became Phillips. There was another one that was trying to think, Cordova Packing Company, I think it was. It was down there where Bethany House is now, down where the bridge. You turned the old 309, went to Typer's Corner. It was down there. There was one. Of course, there was a couple in Queen Anne. There was one at Matthewstown, which Fox's operated. There was the one in Windy Hill way back, one there. There was 3 or 4 in Trapp, where the frozen food plant is in Trapp. That was a cannery. There was one at Trapp Landing. There was just canneries just all over the place. And I've got the book back there of canneries of the Eastern Shore, and it lists all the canneries that were known to be in Talbot County. Now, another interesting thing about canneries that Larry can probably add to is about how they use tokens as a record of pay. If you skinned a bucket of tomatoes, you got a token thrown in the bottom of your bucket when you were done, or something like that to indicate how many you done because you got paid piecework. And of course, if you
corn
could,
too. Corn too.
right, and corn, if you got paid piecework on that. I think even crab pickers and oyster shuckers got paid piecework.
Now, what do you have any idea about what they would have been paid in that time period per piece?
Gosh,
Quarter would have been.
quarter was probably too much, wasn't it? Probably a nickel or 10 cents for a bucket, or because I know shucking. What they said, they get 10 cents a gallon for shucking.
What would you estimate a day's work to be in the way of how many units a day do you suppose a man would do?
Probably if somebody was really good could make what, $3 or $4 a day.
Yeah, I would say that.
That's about the limit.
Yeah.
Of course, $3 or $4 bought a little more then,
Yeah,
but
25 cents an hour.
yeah.
That was what it was. 25 cents an hour.
25 cents an hour.
Yeah. Also, you're talking about, well, one thing we didn't cover is the fact that how to get rid of the skins, tomato skins. Of course, I worked for 3 or 4 companies, Uncle and some others too, but it was nice to get those tomatoes in. You go out and look up the wagon, and of course you had to estimate the, the value of them as to whether, I know the sheet that we had, we offered, I think, 40 cents a basket for tomatoes. But if you look a little further, well, they look a little better than that. We we talked with the fellow that brought them in. Couldn't you give another nickel? So invariably, we always give them another nickel. When we give them that little sheet or that thing, on there is a plus a nickel. He was tickled to death. And of course, we were too, because we were getting number one, but he brought some scum in there. It was the other way around. But getting rid of tomato skins was quite a problem. I never worked for a company, well, you probably don't know, but anyway, in Greensboro. And at that time, it was a little different.
What company would that be?
Well, it was, I can't talk too much because somebody's going to say, well, but anyway, he's related, he wasn't related, but I worked for Fox at that particular time. But anyway, the only way we get rid of those tomato skins, we had a big pump there, and we had a big sitter. And we, of course, when it all fell in the sitter, we had a pump there. And we pumped these tomatoes up in a big pile, which went into another big area. And there's where they stayed until we had a catastrophe where a heavy rain, but they went, river right closer. But,
Yeah.
But look, you didn't hear me say this. We might have somebody from the health department. But I do know in Queen Anne, of course, over to Gerald's, which is the corner of Queen Anne next to where you were talking about the flower. I worked for those. And again, tomato skins was a problem. I remember Mr. Gerald would say, how are we going to get rid of them? I let them run overboard. But I'm not saying they ran overboard, but sometimes they got awful close.
I'm sure they took them and spread them out on the land.
And then, of course, in Queen Anne, corn was quite our biggest product there. We didn't run any tomatoes, we ran everything else. But in the early days, I'm talking about the early days, is we got all this corn in, and then we had to wash it. And invariably, you have a little overflow somewhere. So where are you going to do it? So there's a place, I got to shut up because somebody's going to say, well, rascal. But anyway, there's a big pit.
That was
there.
a long time ago, Gus.
Well, I don't want anybody to throw darts at me or go home and find my house on fire or something. But there's a big pit there. Okay. When it filled up, of course, the river's right close, and things did happen, by accident. and you go the next morning, or when the sun went down, things were working good. But when that sun come up, you look down. What's all that floating around? But there's another fellow and I, Ed Evelyn and I, there's a 4-inch pipe that we decided we were going to put across the river. Well, if you go to Queen Anne now, look at there's a little building, a metal building, which years ago used to be a wooden building. But Ed and I got a 4-inch pipe, and we just programmed it as to the bottom of the river. And we finally messed around. We got a boat. Ed and I got a boat, and I got in the boat, and Ed watched the pipe. We pulled that across the river and went on the other side. Well, we got to the other side. What were we going to do with it? So Ed had to come along with another way to get rid of the water after we pumped it through the pipes into the other end. Well, we ended up, got some aluminum pipe and put it up on a hill there, not too far. But we didn't own the land, but that nobody can see after dark, you know. But I hope I'm not talking too much about it. But anyway, that's the way we got rid of it. But it is really getting rid of it is quite a problem. But nowadays we finally put a system where there's a farm outside of Queen Anne that we sprayed that, and it's was always a problem because it gets stopped up more or less, and then the neighbors complained about the odor, and you had to put a little perfume in the water to make sure that it.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I want to get back to Joe because I know he's got to go. Anything else you want to tell us?
Well, early, a lot of the canneries were located alongside of the rivers for transportation purposes. Because boat was, there was a few trains, but there weren't many. There weren't trucks running to carry the product away, so a lot of those were carried away by boat. And so that was the reason a lot of them were located, such as Probasco Landing and at Oxford and at Bellevue and places like that, because they used boats to transport the finished product away.
Would they be sail powered? Would they be steam powered?
I think they're mostly steam powered to a large extent, because that period the steamboats run from Baltimore to up to Choptank and Tredaven and other rivers most every day or every other day. I've seen the schedules where they would leave Greensboro, Denton at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the next morning they'd leave Baltimore, and they'd have stops all along the way where they'd pick up stuff. So that was, a lot of the reason that they were located near the water. Of course, it also made it convenient for them to get rid of the product into the river, the waste product.
Streams.
So. All right, I think we're going to take a break now. Have you pretty much covered what you wanted to, Joe?
The only other thing I did want to mention just briefly was a little bit about wheat thrashing. My grandfather had 2 thrashing machines that did custom thrashing. And my first job was at the end of the season climbing inside the thrashing machines and cleaning them out. I got 50 cents a piece for cleaning out the thrashing machines, and I thought I had a lot of money then at 50 cents. But I don't know if you'll cover wheat thrashing later or not, but it was interesting how he went around to different farms and scheduled, and they had steam engines there, and they'd have a lot of people there with horses and wagons bringing in water, because the steam engines need a lot of water, and they bring in wood, and they'd also carry out the straw and carry out the other things. And I remember particularly at you talk about thrashing wheat dinner. I remember one I went out to Hutchinson Farms where Bobby grew up, and there was a big thrashing wheat dinner there, because when they stopped, there was a lot of help around, because all the neighboring farmers came in to help. And that's where the term, I think the term still used, thrashing wheat dinner, because there was like 30 people in the kitchen, another 15 or 20 on the porch eating, and that took a lot of food. So thrashing wheat is another subject that's pretty much long gone, except here at the steam show.
Right. Now we hear about thrashing wheat. Was barley grown much back then?
Yeah, I'm not aware of it. It may have been, but I'm not aware of it. Yeah, I guess it was.
Barley and wheat.
A lot of oats too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that's about it.
All right, I think we're going to take a break a minute. Larry, we'll get back to you here in a short. I want to let everybody, the restroom is back. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, my name's Pete Council, and I live at Matthewstown, born in 1933, and I'll speak mostly about some of the areas in our Lewistown and Matthewstown area. One of the things would be Fox Canyon that was there to Matthewstown. When we moved on the farm in 1941 there, Mr. Harry Fox was canning sweet corn, peas, and lima beans. And also, I remember Harvey Stoops had a sawmill right on Kitty Corner, run by steam power, and we'd go down and take logs at different times and get them sawed, and get the sawdust a lot of times to bed our chicken houses up with. And I can remember Houghton Row having a feed mill in Easton, there on the corner of Hanson and August Street. The Star Democrat was in that building one time. He was there in the 1940s sometime. He was Stanley Rowe's father. And then also Barwick's Country Store at Matthewstown. They used to sell anything from a stovepipe to a horse's collar. And
Mr. Pete, can we go back to the sawmill a minute you were
Yeah,
speaking of? Can you tell me a little bit about that? A little bit, if you remember what the steam power was they used and where it was.
well, it was right on Kitty Corner. If you're leaving Matthewstown, when you hit Chapel Road, it was on the left-hand corner there in that wooded area. And he used to do a lot of sawing. We'd go get timber wheels and take logs out there and get them sawed up for fence boards. And
Now, can you explain, a lot of us in here, including myself, not had much experience with a timber wheel. Can you touch on that a minute?
well, timber wheels, they were two wheels that had a log, and you would drive straddle the back over a log, and you'd put a chain underneath of it, and it had a handle to it that you would pull forward with a rope, and that would lift it up enough to clear the driveway, and then we'd used to hook mules to it and pull it down to the sawmill.
How good a man would it take to pull that lever to get that log raised?
That's right.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's a pretty hard deal.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it took a right good man to do it.
All right, go ahead. Tell us more about the sawmill.
And then Francis Swaniger had a sawmill at Trap, and I got him to saw me some oak 2x6s, 18 foot long, and I off-barred for him, and he got me down on my knees fondly. Well, it was quite a challenge to work with him, but got the job done anyhow after a while.
And just touch a minute on your experience off-bearing.
Well, off-bearing meant, they'd cut the slabs off the logs, and you would take them and pile them, and then as he would cut up the 2x6s, you would take them and load them back on your wagon and, bring them on home. Also, John Gooden had a blacksmith shop out of Matthewstown, right by the old schoolhouse. The old building's still there. And when my father bought the farm there in 1941, Mr. Gooden had a mortgage on it with Mr. Barwick for $12,500. In 1941, why, he sold it to my father for $6,250, the farm where I live now. Mr. Gooden died in, I think it was 1943, if I remember correctly. Also, Fred Porter had a country store at New Bridge, and then he moved on to Lewistown. Yeah, Bobby probably remembers one in Lewistown.
I don't remember. I remember the building. I do not remember the store being open.
Yeah.
Do you remember back on anything, pretty much what he's talking about?
A lot of this I don't remember. Barwick's I do.
That's
Yeah,
why we're here today.
exactly. Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Mr. Pete.
And John Anderson used to have a wheat thrashing run. He was at Chapel, where Chapel Cannery used to be, you know, going up Rabbit Hill Road there. He was in there on the left-hand side. Probably some of you remember him. And, of course, John Noble used to sell Ford tractors there at Easton, and Pop bought his first tractor. It was on steel wheels, and that was in 1943.
Now, where were they located? And do you know
Well,
what
they were
model tractor?
located there on Aurora Street, where the car dealership used to be. They had a tractor dealership there at the same time, and the tractor came. I was during the war. It came on steel wheels, and you had to crank the tractor. It didn't have a battery or anything to start it, and he put it back over on rubber in 1947 when rubber became available again.
What model tractor would that have been?
It was an 8N Ford
8 inch?
tractor. Came with two 12-inch plows, 6-foot disc, and a 2-row cultivator for $930. That's what he gave for it then. Also, I can recall on Matthewstown Road, Bob Slaughter had a country store there where Raymond Harrison lives, and also in the field across from the store, he used to have a raceway called Barnwell Racetrack. They used to race trotting horses and, you know, ride in sockies, and then they got to racing automobiles there too. Some
Now, where would that have been?
right there where Raymond Harrison lives.
Is that right?
Yeah,
What time period would that have been?
that was in the late 40s and 50s.
Now,
And-
would there have been a grandstand or what?
Yeah, it was a grandstand there and everything. Yeah. Mr. Slaughter had a few race horses and different other people. Doc Anders, he had race horses and Brigham there and different people like that. And then finally, after they did horse racing there, they got doing some car racing, you know, later on. Mr. Slaughter was shot in his store back in the 50s. They shot him, and the bullet went in his head, but they never operated on it. It didn't seem to be too close to his brain, and he survived anyhow. And one thing I remember, I was there one day, and I was there one day, and Walter and Freddie Hendricks were in the store there, and their father was with them, and he got one of these Cooster pies. You could get them then, that about that big around, had a cardboard dish to it, and the pie was inside, and Mr. Hedrick ate the pie, and they asked him, said, "How'd you like it?" Said, "Well," said, "it was pretty good, but the crust was so tough," and he'd eat the cardboard and all. And of course, Barwick had a feed mill right there to Matthewstown.
Now, tell me about that a little bit now.
Yeah, it was
Did you feed to be ground, or?
yeah, it was built there in about 1948, and he used to have a lot of chicken feed there, and he'd grind cow feed and horse feed or whatever type feed you wanted.
All right, now, while we're on that, touching on that, what would you have to do as a grower, you know, to get your feed ground? Well, how would you
Well,
load it, and what would
you,
you do?
you used to go out there with team wagon, you know, and take eared corn and barley and wheat sometimes, you know, and just dump it in the mill, and then they'd grind it, and we'd load it back on the wagon and bring it on home.
So at this time, there was still, team was still being used quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to take the corn to the cannery in Matthewstown with mules, pull it by hand. We'd pull 7 rows at a time. run straddle one row and pull 3 rows on either side. And we used to join up neighbors. It was 5 of our neighbors that used to join up, like with Mr. Percy Stoops and Dennis Wilson and Milton Faulkner. We'd all join up and, pull sweet corn together. I can remember in Cordova, Will George had a blacksmith shop there. Just before you got to Harry Slaughter store, there was a blacksmith shop there. When you turned out that road, and it was on the right-hand corner there, where he had a blacksmith shop. I'm sure some of you remember that blacksmith shop there at Cordova. And also, Charlie Milky had the Alice Chalmers dealership in Easton out on Washington Street before you get out to the bypass on the left-hand side there. We used to get different equipment from him, get a lot of parts from him. And
Do you have any idea when he would have started that dealership?
I can't, I don't know when it was.
And then do you know did that dealership then get sold off to somebody else, or did it go out of business?
No, it went out of business.
No, actually, Taylor Spees bought it in between.
Yeah, he did, that's right.
Taylor
Yeah,
Spees bought
yeah.
it, and Spees sold it to the Swans.
That's right.
Right?
Right.
Swans,
That's right.
Swans bought, and then the Swans moved it out to where Elliott Wilson Trucks is out on Route 50.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Well, we'll touch base on that.
Yeah.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead, Ms. Spees.
And then, right there where Elliott Trucking is, where they sell trucks, used to be a man named John Henry. He had an Oliver business there. And then I think I'm correct that a man named Hugh Harrell took it over after John Henry was there.
Now, did John Henry take it over from Dudley Piper, do you know?
I think so.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, yeah. And then Swan had a feed mill there going in Matthewstown Road on the left side, about 1.5 miles out of Easton. I don't know whether people remember it or not, but he had a feed mill there. And then
Now, who had that?
Swan,
Do you know which one?
he was Reuben's father.
Reuben's father.
Yeah, yeah. And then just down the road, not too far, was a grocery store and a filling station that a man named Wright had there, where Engel, had his little chicken farm there. It's for sale again next to where Kenneth, somebody lived. I can't remember what his last name was. And then also Mr. John Stewart had a sawmill there at Matthewstown. And I remember Earl Dawson had a auto garage there at Cordova, where the seafood place is now, where his grandson has. And then up at Queen Anne at the grain place, I think Granville Wise came there, and then Kirby Metz followed him in the grain business there. And I forget who it belongs to now, some outfit that has it. And then at Cordova used to be Talbot Packing Company, and I think it went from Talbot Packing Company to Phillips Cannery, and then it went to I think Cordova Supply after they quit canning there at Cordova. And at one time in Cordova it was 7 stores at one time.
7 stores in Cordova?
Yeah.
About what time period would that have been?
That was back in the 30s.
Is that
Yeah, and it was.
because I guess of the canning rain and all, I mean.
Yeah, and it was a bank there, and the store there where Jones used to have a liquor store there. It was a bank there. My father said he remembered when it got robbed, back in the 20s. But it was 7 stores there. Harry Slaughter had a store. Ingerman had a store. Kenneth Dolan had a store.
Mr. Saka
Frank
had a
Cooper.
store. Saka had a store at one point.
Who?
Mr. Saka.
Yeah, Mr. Saka had a store there. And, of course, Ingerman had a store. And, of course, he had a feed mill there at the same time at Cordova. And also, the Cordova High School was built, and my father was the eldest graduate from Cordova High School, graduated in 1926 from Cordova High School. I started there in 1939 when I began going to school. And my mother taught there in 1929. She taught in Cordova School, taught French and Latin, and she got on the boat at Baltimore Harbor and rode the boat across the bay to Claiborne, and then got on the train at Claiborne and came to Cordova. And she had people that she stayed there with. Their name was Jim and Sarah Hopkins. She lived with them. Then she met my father, and they were married there at Cordova. So that's about all I had.
You've covered it pretty good.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
The one thing in Matthewstown, it's more recent, but it's gone now, and that was an Agway store there for a period of time.
Yeah, right there at Matthewstown where the old cannery used to be. Yeah.
Wasn't there a sawmill at Cordova? Clayton Collison, didn't he have a sawmill there?
Yeah, he had a sawmill
too?
On Old Cordova Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Pete, appreciate it.
Yeah.
We're going to change up here. Mr. Waller, would you like to tell us?
While they're getting up here, I'll tell you a funny story. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, I was going to town with my father. There was a Wrightson's cannery. We were going in there, and we were going to cross Black Dog Alley, and there was a cousin of mine from New York and myself and my father in a 56 Ford pickup. So I asked my father, I said, well, why do they call this Black Dog Alley? So he said, well, because back when it was horse and carriage, people go by here, somebody had this black dog and it would chase all the carriages, and it was notorious for this. Well, I had this picture in my mind of this dog chasing this carriage, He reached over and grabbed my knee like that, and I just about jumped out. It scared me to death. I never remember. But I thought that dog had me.
Yeah, I remember one time I was taking a load of wheat, and my father was following me with another truck, and I had one of the twins with me, Pam, and then Pat was with my father, and we came up and hit Chapel Road, and then hit that. It was a dirt road then, to the right, to the left there before you hit Lewistown Road. And the old truck I had was a 47 Chevrolet dump truck, and the daggone door flew open, and my dog fell right out the door. And when the door come back to, I could see she was all right. She was just laying in a pile of sand there, And it did frighten me, but anyhow, nothing happened down there.
All right, thank you, Mr. P. I really appreciate it. All right, Mr. Walter, if you want to tell us who you are, and let's hear it.
Okay, I'm Walter Schmidt. Can you all hear me? I've got a hearing problem, and I'm very conscious when the speaker doesn't speak loud enough, so I want to make sure everybody can hear me. I'm Walter Schmidt from Sudlersville, Queen Anne's County. A little personal history to begin with. My parents were both born in Germany. My father was drafted into the German Army in 1907, and he served for 2 years. And then he, after 1909 or 1910, he and his oldest brother immigrated from Germany to South America. At that point in time, all over Europe, you go to a public guest house or a pub or whatever, there would be a lot of advertising how good things were in America, in the American hemisphere. And they were particularly from Canada, the United States, and South America. So my father and his brother immigrated to South America. They were in Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. They spent 2 years down there farming and working on farms. But the political situation was so bad there that they left there and went to Canada, and they homesteaded in Canada. Is everybody familiar with what a homestead is?
No, why don't you?
Okay, a homestead, it was in most of Canada and the western United States. The government would give you a quarter section of ground, which is 160 acres. A section is a square mile, 640 acres. It would give you a quarter of a section. And what you had to do in order to keep ownership of that land, you had to work on it for 2 years, and in those 2 years, you had to build a house that had to have 3 walls and a roof, and you had to clear a piece of ground. I'm not sure, maybe 1 or 2 acres. Most of that was timberland, so you didn't have any mechanism we have today. Everything was handwork. So they were there for 2 years, but then this was during the First World War, because they were from Germany. The German and the relationship between the Germans and the Canadians was not very good. So that pressure and the cold weather drove them out of there, and they walked across into the United States. I guess you could consider them one of the first illegal immigrants to the country. So here we are. Anyway, they worked on farms in North Dakota and Kansas. They came east, and my mother immigrated in 1927, and we farmed in they bought a small farm in Greensboro. We were mostly in the chicken business. We grew about 3,000 land hens, and we sold eggs that went into the New York market. Then my brother and I had a brother who died in 1970, and then I have a sister also. This is getting close to the Second World War, and we had a small farm, so my father looked for more land, so moved from there to Sudlersville. And we've had a 125-acre farm. Now we're farming about 1,600 acres. After I graduated from high school, I was in University of Maryland a couple of years, and then my brother and I started slowly taking over the farm. One of our goals was to make the farming easier, simpler, cheaper, hopefully to make more of a profit in doing all this. We would go mostly to conventional crops, and then we slowly got into the hog business. We were into a feral one-litter system. We were feral hogs, sows out in the woods in small pens in groups of maybe 10 or 12 sows in a pen. We weaned the pigs at 8 weeks, and then the sows, we fattened them up, and then we sold them to market. We saved from those litters, we saved 200-300 gilts, and then all we did was buy boars every year. Sometimes we started our own, but that didn't work out too well. We got to start inbreeding hogs, and then you'd have hogs with all kind of problems, so we stopped that. About 10 years ago, we stopped growing hogs. My brother and I increased the farming operation. My father let us maybe in 1960 or 50 or 60. We gradually took over the farming operation. Everybody at that time was moorboard plowing. It's the only way you worked your ground. There's 2 fellows in Texas. One was named Graham Home, and they developed the chisel plow. On their farm, the county roads had I guess you called it scarifier or something. All those were dirt roads, and had something to break the roads up to change it or whatever. So they left the machine sit on this one farm for over the weekend. So the farmers thought they'd play around with it a little bit. They took this thing, went cattywampus across the field, and then they just worked it up and planted the whole field. And for some reason, the crops where this ground was worked up was much better than the rest of the ground. So they thought, well, there's got to be a simpler way to do this than plowing. And they developed the Graham Home plow, which was the first chisel plow that was made. And we bought one of those, and we would chisel plow the ground for getting ready for mostly corn.
About when would that have been?
That's a good question. I would, well, in the middle 60s, I would say.
Before that, my father had a Grand Plow behind the 730 John Deere, and I didn't know where he got it from. But it was a Grand Plow. Harold just come in, maybe he can help with that. But that would have been in late 50s, well, early 60s. It was in the 60s.
I think in the early 60s, something like that. And we were still under the impression, well, you're like traditionally you have to work your ground 3, 4, 5 times to get to where you want it. So we worked the chisel plow up. We went long ways, corn crossways, cattywampus, whatever. But the headlands, you all could only work them one way. And finally, we decided after the second year, well, the crops on the headland were just as good as the rest of the field. So we thought, well, we stopped doing it 3 times. We just did it 1 time, and then disked it and worked it up. So that was our first step in getting rid of the moldboard plow. And we haven't used a moldboard plow since the 1960s or whatever it was. And also then we figured, well, we really shouldn't work all this ground after the chisel plow. So we took a two-row Ferguson planters. We mounted them together so we had a 4-row planter with 36-inch, and we moved the we planted with a Ferguson 30, spread the wheels out on 72 inches, so they would go and move the hitch over. So, say row 1 and 3 would be behind the tractor tire. We had I think we used the John Deere 760. And the front tires would get the 3rd row, and then we had to put a dummy wheel out here so we could take plant in the wheel track of the tractor. So, and we would go out with a plow, plant with 2 plow or chisel plow, whatever, and work it up. And then right immediately after that, we'd come back and plow. So we never worked the ground at all. We came back after a while, we just cultivated, rotary hoed and cultivated and that sort of thing. That saved a lot of time. We did this for a number of years, and then we worked more with the chisel plow. Then in about 1965, 1975 or so, the farmers in Kentucky, they were starting doing no-till. And we got interested in that. My brother died in 1970. And Kentucky was doing the work in the late 1970s. So I thought, well, we ought to try that. So in my spare time, I made put some stuff together, old junk out. We had different planters and whatnot, and made a no-till planter. After we got all our conventional corn planted, my father went over to a farmer we had was about 5 miles from where we lived. And the fellow that lived there owned it beforehand, he planted multi-floor rows. He probably had 2 miles of multi-floor rows there, and we planted a lot on our farm too. But if we made a big mistake in farming, and that was it, planting multi-floor rows. And he also had that farm in the 5-year-old soil bank, so we had soil bank, multi-floor rows coming up all over the place. Anyway, we went over after 5 o'clock when we had 3 people working for us at the time. After they went home, they didn't know what all this machine was about. My father and I took the machine over there to that farm, and there was a hedge there, maybe 300 feet or so from the road. And back of this hedge, we planted about 5 acres, 6, 7 acres of no-till first time. And I remember when we finished it, getting ready to come home, my father said, "I'm sure glad you're planting this behind this plant so the neighbors don't see it." And, well, we didn't get a big crop, but it worked. And we've continued with no-till after that, and we haven't used a moldboard plow in many years. We don't even use the chisel plow too much anymore. Another thing about the planting and stuff like that, one of my neighbors said that his father used to say after he saw what we were doing, he called that trash farming. well, I guess it was trash farming because it was trashy, but it does work, and we really liked it. From one of the things that I'd say as far as my parents were concerned, one thing they gave us is opportunity. I was a 4-H Club local leader for many years, and I can think of another family where the father would say to the son, "Hey, boy, you go do this. Hey, boy, you go do that." And I thought to myself, that's not the way to bring up children. But my father gave us opportunity, and I think I have a wife and we have 2 boys, and they're farming now, and we're giving them opportunity. So that's all I can leave behind. Thank you.
Robert Gary, better known as Bob Gary to most of the people that know me. I'm probably the only one here from Delaware.
Bob, you're going to have to get you to distinguish your last name because we've got a Bob Garrett that's a member here. So Bob Garrett.
I'm sure he'll not get mixed up with me. But if I get to rambling on too much, give me some kind of signal to slow up or stop. But I was born in Denton, Maryland, so I'm actually, I guess, a Marylander by some kind of rating anyway. And we moved to Delaware when I was 7 years old. There was 5 of us at the time. There ended up being 9 altogether. But the point I'd like to make in all this, along with some information that might be beneficial to you, is the fact that it makes no difference where you start. You can make it if you have land. And that's what we had to do. We were very poor, but we had to farm. And everything that we did on the farm was done by hand. We didn't have electricity until I was about 14 or 15 years old, and I helped pull the wire in the house when we wired the house. The running water didn't come until I was working away from home. In fact, it was about time that I got married. So we was in a rural area, and like I say, we did everything by hand. So I've been involved in agriculture, even though I've done a lot of other things to try to make some money. My dad told me if you ever become a farmer, he said, you're going to have to go someplace else and make the money. So I was 48 years old when I went full-time farming. But I've been involved in agriculture as long as I can remember. So with that in mind, we can go back to and visit a couple things that strike me as the guys was talking. My grandfather, Schaefer, who lived in Denton or near Denton, had a wheat thrashing run. And I remember going to the wheat thrashing runs, and he actually had a tractor that was, I think it was a KW40, but I'm not sure exactly what McCormick tractor it was, but it run on gasoline, I think. It may have been able to switch it over to kerosene because some of those tractors were like that. But it was a big deal when you had a wheat thrashing run, and the dinners was a very big part of it. But I don't remember any tractors pulling the wheat to the wheat thrasher. It was always horses or mules in those days. And along that same line, when we moved to Delaware, my neighbor was Elmer Betts, and he, to give you some idea of what people did back in those days, his dad had a wheat thrashing run. And his dad died when he was 14. But he was so involved in the wheat thrasher and the operation and everything, he continued the wheat thrashing run, even at the age of 14, because people trusted him, He'd get the thrasher to the job and knew how to run it and how to make it do the job it's supposed to do. And the people all agreed to it, and that's the way farming was back in those days. So I thought that might be unique. And I was involved with relatives over here, and we hauled sweet corn to the sweet corn cannery that was right on the other side of the Tuckahoe River. I don't know whether any of you remember it or not, where they called New Bridge back in the day. But they got the third bridge there now, so it's not New Bridge anymore. And some of you might be able to help me. I came across there, and I think that first bridge was a floating bridge, was it not? I think it was a floating bridge. Yeah. And to get the boats through, they had to crank the one section over top of the other section, I think manually, because it was in the middle of the bridge there. So some of you people that lived over this direction
might be able to add something to that. But I remember that this is the third bridge that they've had here in my lifetime. Now, I'm not the oldest one here, but I may not be too young when I look back where they wore out 3 bridges on the Denton Eastern Road anyway. But going back to the farming part, we worked around for farmer neighbors around there hoeing corn and getting involved in driving tractors and skipping school to help haul manure and everything. But of the 7 boys that was there, I'm the only one involved in farming. I guess the rest of them thought it was easier to make a living, working in the military or in schools or something like that. But I taught school for 16 years and taught diesel mechanics. So that helped me a lot later on in maintaining my equipment and everything. But the first equipment I had, I was kind of embarrassed to use because it was so junky looking. But through innovation, in those days, we made it work. And some of you guys can remember back when they had the old robot heads on combines. You dropped it down on these fingers, and then it would keep the head the same height off the ground all along, But if you backed up, then you had to go make some repairs and come back again because the fingers would turn over backwards and mess everything up. Well, I happened to buy a little old Minneapolis Moline combine, and not many of you saw Minneapolis Moline combine, but it was something I could afford. And I built a wooden cab on it to keep me out of the weather because it had no cab on it. But it did have it had a mechanism on it they called a robot that would keep the header at the right height, which we're talking about on this Massey. And I improvised something that came along later, and I put a feeler on top of that hard Carter head. And some of you remember the first hard Carter head, there was a flexible knife, the first flexible knives. I put this robot on that hard Carter head, so I had the same thing essentially back in the 1970s as what we have now, where you just go to the end of the row and you push the lever forward and the header goes down, comes to the right height, and it was flexible, so it worked. But innovation came back into play again because, we couldn't really afford anything else. So anyway, our farming operation, that one actually burned up. We had to start over with something else. It caught on fire for whatever reason. But anyway, we kept going, and I eventually got involved in working with dealers because I was so interested in farm equipment. And E.B. Warrington, who started Oliver dealership at Felton, some of you may remember, he was crazy over getting these Olivers out. And they had a good tractor, but his dad had an Oliver dealership in Harrington previous to that, and he just had in his head he was going to run an Oliver dealership. And he hired me to help him with the dealership. But he had a front-end rack, a bare front-end rack, and wreckers and all these other things that he had drawing money from to keep him going until he got the Oliver dealership going pretty good. And eventually he had it going pretty good. But then Massey Ferguson lost their dealer next door. There was 2 dealers right next door to each other, and they talked him into taking the Massey Ferguson dealership, which gave him a lot wider scope of equipment. But man, keeping all that stuff going was really a charm. So he ended up with the Oliver dealership and the Massey Ferguson dealership. About that same time, R.H. Stafford was going out of business over to Burrsville for whatever reason, and Brown Thawley, who's also sold farm tractors in Milford, was going out of business. But I guess Taylor and Messick was putting so much heat on with the John Deeres. That was about the time 4010s, the 6-cylinder John Deeres was coming out, that he was putting a lot of heat on some of these other boys.
Bob, can I just interrupt you in a minute? Do you know much of the history of the Stafford International dealership there? I've been told at one time it was the Hoover of the day.
It was really widespread. I don't know whether Harold, some of these other boys remembered, but R.H. Stafford there at Burrsville was, but the old man Henry Stafford, who was Bob Stafford's father, who eventually closed the business, Bob did, he was really a people person and would trade almost anything for anything. And he was a pretty big dealership, really a strong dealership. And actually Walter Messick, who owned Taylor and Messick, worked for R.H. Stafford at one time. So when he went to Harrington and met up with Eddie Taylor, who had the money, one had the knowledge and the other had the money, that made a pretty good marriage. I don't know how many of you people know that about Taylor Messick, but almost everybody knows where Taylor Messick business is. And that's how that marriage kind of come together. So I worked there for E.B. Warrington, and I remember must have been about 1970, he ordered a no-till Oliver planter, 3-point hitch, 8-row. I'm pretty sure it was an 8-row. But anyway, the University of Delaware was pushing this no-till or wanted to see more of it or whatever. And they came to the dealership and asked E.B. Warrington if he would bring the planter down to the Georgetown substation, and they was going to have a couple planters there and plant some no-till stuff and see how it worked. And I said, man, you cannot plant and that kind of stuff and get anything in the end, because I was from the old school where everything had to be worked nice and fine and all the weeds had to be gone. Little did we know that the herbicides was going to come that would eventually stop all that growth that was already there. So we went to Georgetown, drove that tractor all the way to Georgetown from Felton and done some no-tilling. But I must admit, Oliver had a really good no-till planter. I owned a couple or three of them after that, but Alice Chalmers had the no-till planter at the time. They was the one that everybody went to. And Pete Schaefer there in Denton made a lot of money selling no-till planters. And I guess other people like Nafsinger and some of the other Alice Chalmers dealers around did likewise. But they really had the no-till planter at the time because it was so heavy and could penetrate the ground and everything. But so we went through the no-till thing, and I like the last gentleman was up here, probably started no-tilling as early as anybody here, and have continued no-tilling ever since. But I think that we in this room probably have lived in the best times of agriculture. I mean, many of us have seen the horses and gone to the auto steer and the GPS systems and the things like that have really saved a lot of labor and back work. And I'm really thankful that the Lord let me live in this era that we've lived in, from the thrashers to what we have now in the combines and everything. And one of the points I'd like to make is that we can make it in agriculture if we have the land. And I actually chair the land preservation for the state of Delaware, and I've been on that board since we started it. I went on there just as a favor to the secretary at the time, but I've really grown to see the benefits and the future benefits of taking care of the land for the future. And I think that no-tilling is part of it. Preserving the land however we can preserve it is part of it, and being diligent is all part of what has made us what we are and what's going to be able to make us what we are in the future.
Thank you very much.
Does anybody have any questions?
Larry, you can start it off and we'll go from there.
Well, we don't know what to say because everybody already said everything.
You're not convinced me of that.
Well, the only thing I know is things happen down around Tony's Mills, so.
Well, that's what we haven't heard about that yet today, and go as far back as you can remember and come forward.
Well, I remember them cutting corn, thrashing wheat, and getting up loose hay and all that type of.
Well, tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah.
Oh, introduce yourselves first. We missed that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Introduce yourself.
All right. I'm David Melky. I grew up in Tunis Mills. I live up near Queen Anne now. Was born in 1952.
I'm another John Daffin, and I was born in Tunis Mills, I guess. I don't remember. Somewhere around there, and I was raised right around there in Mild River Neck. So.
Larry Mulligan. I live at Cordova. Was born at 400 Farm in Miles River Neck. And the reason I ended up in Dover Neck, my father was working for Uncle Gus Melky, and my Uncle Ralph in Dover Neck offered him $1 more a month to come to work for him. So I went to Dover Neck.
$1 was a lot of money.
Go ahead, Jack. Tell us as far, like I said, start as far back and tell us a little bit about how farming was and what equipment you used, and just tell us something.
Well, I just remember something about thrashed wheat. Gus Milky thrashed wheat at Whitetown Farm.
and I had to pump the water for the old steam engine, and with power mules, the sled had this big barrel, you know.
Well, tell us a little bit about that. I mean, what'd you have to do, and how far did you have to haul the water?
Well, not very far. They had three old brick open wells, and we used to pump them dry and go to the next one.
Is that right? Did you actually pump it dry and go
Yeah.
to the next well?
Yeah, right.
About how much water would that hold, what you were hauling to the end?
Oh, I guess 50 gallon. It was one of those metal 50-gallon drums, I think.
Now, how much water would in a typical day of thrashing, how much water would you go through?
Oh my Lord, I can't remember that.
But quite a bit. I mean, you
Yeah,
have to make,
that's right. We had to pump a lot of water.
well, go ahead. Tell us about thrashing.
Yeah, well, I don't know all that much about it. They had farmer always worked together, and because they had a lot of people, you know, they ran off. I don't know how many wagons, must have been close to a dozen, and they bagged all the weed up.
Now, what size bags to bag the weed in?
Well, two bushel.
120 pound roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. How would you handle that? How would you get it to market, or what? How would you haul it away?
They usually had a truck in to haul it. Come on. And they had to put seed wheat in the barn. That helped do that.
So how would they make hay then? Were they getting up hay loose?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, tell us a little bit about that. How would you bring the hay in, and how would you get it in the loft?
Well, I had power horses to a wagon, and they had pitchers, and the guy loading it, and then you got up to the barn, you push it in the door, and somebody there worked in there.
Now, were you using some of the hay loaders we've seen, or were they pretty much pitching it with forks off the ground?
They were pitching it with forks off the ground, and I first remember, yeah.
Larry, what do you remember back in? Talk about, of course,
Same thing.
Same.
Same thing, but the farmer was always noted for saving money. And I look at the machinery in the field now, and Jack and I used to haul wheat from the combine in the bags. Guess what we hauled it in? A 48 half-ton Dodge pickup from Dover Neck to Easton.
Yeah, how many bags would you carry?
Was a half a ton, probably 15 was the most. But we'd pick it up at the bagger combines. You bagged it riding the combine, and then when the platform got full, the chute went down and the bags were on the ground.
The bags were on the ground.
And you had to go pick them.
Pick them up and put them in the pickup.
Pick them.
Here again, we're talking 2 bushel bags, 120 pounds
Yeah,
each.
yeah. And of course, before that was the thrashing machine and the sheaths of the binder would cut the wheat and tie it in sheaths. They were little bunches, and they would drop them. You tried to have a straight row across the field, and then the men would come along and set those up in the stoops. And then the top, you had to take the sheath and break it down, and you set those up in the peak, and that shed the water for the thrashing machine. And before I forget it, Grandpa Mulligan farmed at Kingston, the Dudley Farms, and Uncle John Mulligan had a route hauled canned milk from this area to Greensboro.
Now, what would this time period have been?
Second World War.
And what was it hauling milk with?
Cans, a closed truck, but it was manufactured milk. It wasn't a grade A. It went to, and we put it in water tanks, no refrigeration. The cans went in water, and that kept it cool at night so it wouldn't spoil the next day.
And they were picking up milk every day.
every morning, and then they'd leave you your cans. Well, Grandpa Mulligan remodeled down to Dotty's, and he built we called it a horse trough, what the cows drank out of. And we had electric then, had electric pump. The well was here, the dairy was here, and the trough for the cows drink, it was here. So Grandpa put the water tank for the cans to go in below ground level. the water run in there and overflowed and went out for the cows to drink. That made the water more cooler to keep the milk. But Uncle Morris Daffin and me, we helped Uncle John. We were only probably 11, 12 years old. And it was I don't know who it was a dealer in Cordova, maybe Bunky remembers, that bought grain. The box cars were there. There were one, huh?
Sam Hopkins.
Mr. Hopkins.
He blew it right on the railroad car.
And at that time, we were hauled barley, and of course the door was in the center of the boxcar on the side. You took the barley back in the bags and dumped it. In the boxcar was 1 by 12 boards, inch boards. As the barley built up, you pulled these boards up so you had something to walk on. And when we got done cutting barley, the last load, Uncle John went over, and I don't know who the fellow was that run the thresher. He went over, Uncle John went over and talked to him. And we unloaded, we went in the office, and Uncle John told Mr. Hopkins, said, that's the last load. Daddy wants his money. And Mr. Hopkins told Uncle John, said, how many bushels was it? The thresher told him how many it was. That's the way he charged. He told him, Mr. Hopkins wrote the check out. He took his word. Everybody was taking everybody's word for the bushels, and it wasn't no slips or no paperwork.
So come back a little bit to how they kept track of the bushels. How did that work?
I want to believe it, and I'm not sure of this, but you could have kept count by the bags. But I think that some of the thresh machines had a counting system on them. Mm-hmm. And when that wheat got in, quarter bushel, whatever it was, it dumped it into the bag. Mm. And then that was your tally.
So you actually had a counter
on the thresh machine. And another, we were talking about saving money. Another funny thing about the saving money was Uncle Roley Mulligan taught me and Morris to tie a miller's knot, which is a half hitch. You pull it and it'll come undone. We took all this wheat in or barley in and dumped it to County Willis or wherever, but we couldn't cut them strings. We had to save them strings and bring back to reuse. It wasn't anything wasted. But
Jackie, you just keep telling us about anything coming forward.
Well, I don't know
back when we were getting into the full type combines.
Well, I know you ran one of them.
Yeah.
What was your first full type combine? What tractors were you farming with?
Well, it was a John Deere, and his father and my father bought one together.
Bought one together.
Mm-hmm. And they used to.
And how'd they work out? Who started cutting their wheat first?
Well, I don't know.
Every other year.
Yeah.
Uncle Jack would cut this year and first, and Daddy would cut the next. Now, I'm not saying Jack is tight. I don't know how far it went in the family.
I'm tight because I had to be, not because I wanted to be.
We were down Uncle Jack's cutting and got done. And the next morning we rushed down with a John Deere to get the combine to go back to Daddy's. Daddy was ready to cut. Dinner time, we could cut. So we went down there and they got hooked up, and Uncle Jack said, won't you wait a little while? Said, I want you to stay around here. Well, what Daddy said, why? I said, you're done. Uncle Jack had went out and cut around the power poles in the corners, and we had to thrash that before. The combine missed that, so he wouldn't cut that. That's just one of the funny things that we remember.
Yeah, that was my father was tight, not me, because he made me do it.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Jackie. You were telling us about, what your farmer. Keep on.
Well, I don't know. I think they said about everything, but I remember thrashing wheat and cutting corn and all that stuff. But I think it's a good time everybody's born after they stopped picking tomatoes and all that.
David, what's your remembrance?
All right, I'm going to go with what, I remember first, then we'll go back into like my grandfather and his threshing machine and stuff. I remember Jackie running that John Deere combine after my grandfather got in a 900 Ford in 1955?
Yeah, I think
That's about as far back as I can remember. I was 3 years old. And I don't think he got around the field twice before that thing tore up. And I think that was the last combine that your father had, wasn't it? He'd hire it out after that.
Yeah.
And he was living at Glebe down Miles River and that kind of across from Y.
Well, Sidney Milky bought a self-propelled, so he would hire him to do it.
Do you know what model that would have been, that self-propelled?
It was a Massey Harris.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact model. I think it had, a 9-foot head on it. They thought it was huge, but it wasn't that big.
Yeah, but
He bought it in 42. And my dad said that that was the first year that they didn't thresh their own wheat. And on 4th of July at noontime, he said, look, we got enough of this done. He says, I'll finish this up myself. And he was, here they had this huge crew. You'd have, 20, 30 people to thresh.
Yeah.
He said, y'all go over to the yacht club to start the celebration. I'll get there when I'm done. And he ran that combine and just ran the chute right into the window of the granary, one of the windows of the granary, and finished combining the field all by himself that afternoon. How much difference it was. As far as combining, I remember that George Wilson Sr., we always called him Captain Bob, because he worked water in the winter and farmed during the summer. A lot of guys did that. Had an Oliver combine like the one they have out here, sitting in the woods, and it has a bagger on it. And it had this double flow rig where the chute came out, so you could fill a bag and you could start filling the other while you tied that one. And remember him and his crew out there in the field combining wheat with it and dropping the bags in the field and having to pick it up. And then 3 years later, somebody was coming through the village with a pair of, couldn't even come through the regular roads, had come across the back of our yard with a pair of Alice Chalmers self-propelled combines with a 9-foot head on them.
Yeah.
And they were considered monsters. Nowadays, look at that toy, That's what I remember on that. Tractors, he had 2 little red belly Fords, and one of them was a 2N, we called the funny 4, and then the 8N was the second one. And he traded the 2N off on a 900 tricycle gear, which apparently was a mess of work to handle, because I know with the 3-bottom plow he had, Yumpy was always on the brakes. Clifford Flamer was the black man we call Yumpy. That was his hired hand. And in the 60s, he bought a Ford 4000, which was a common straddle mount tractor, and you could drop plows in the ground and the wheels in the fur and wake up on the other end with it, but you wouldn't do it with that 900.
No.
That thing was a bit rough for what its size was.
It was
other
a 3-wheel
tractors,
type Ford.
huh?
It was a 900 was a 3-wheel type Ford, wasn't
Yeah, it was a tricycle gear, 3-wheel,
it?
and it had planetary gears and small rear wheels like a WD Alice Chalmers, which you and Pop both had that tractor for a little while, and it didn't find much favor.
Yeah.
I remember one person only using team. There was an old black man named Albert Emmerich, lived in a little village called Millerville in between Tunis Mills and Unionville. And he'd go around and plow people's garden. He had a team of mules because he was the only thing that could get through a walk-through gate. A couple of people in the village, Gillespie's, had a garden, and a couple others that you couldn't get a tractor into. And you have to take and turn the spring tooth up on edge. Couldn't use a disc. He just used a plow and plowed it and then worked it with a spring tooth. But Sidney had John Deere tractors.
I think so.
And then you had a Super M. What year did you buy that?
About 62.
No, you had that Super M. You were down there on Pickburn when I was a little kid.
Oh, that was.
So you bought that what, in the early 50s?
I think so.
But that was considered a large tractor back then. And then in the mid-60s, the people that rented George Wilson's place had the first 1206, I call. I think that was Roy Brooks had that. I've never seen a tractor with a cab or dual wheels or one that made it through the mud hole that guy made it through. I remember George Wilson Sr. having all 3 tractors hooked together to pull the one with the plow out of the mud. This guy came along with a 1206, hit the hydraulics, pulled the plows up to half draft, and went through that thing like it wasn't there. And kind of blew this little boy's mind.
Larry, you got anything else to tell us?
Well, this is another funny thing. It's about a combine. Mr. Henry Truitt lived on Rich Bottom Farm, and we were all thrashing wheat. And he went and bought an Alice Chalmers pull-type combine. And he had made his first round and was out by the road, and here come the landlord. And he got out and asked Mr. Truitt what that was. He said, it's a combine. Said, instead of thrashing wheat, I'm at a combine. And the landlord shook his head because he wasn't going to make this change. And he got to talking about it, and Mr. Truitt told him, said, hey, come out in the field. He said, you get behind this machine. If you find any wheat, said, she goes out of the field. Said, if you can't find any, she stays in it. And Mr. Elliott got behind it and looked. Now, the funny thing about it, the Alice Chalmer combine, instead of the straw coming out the back, went out the side. So he was looking where it was cut. He wasn't. So Mr. Truitt started combining wheat after that.
So she stayed in the field.
Good,
Now, getting up hay, Jackie, when you were at Dorsey, was it loose hay or were you using bales by that time?
Bales by that time.
Bales by then, and of course by
Yeah.
Glebe. What did he have for a baler at Glebe?
I had a Alice Chalmers round baler, I think.
Well, before that, he had something. I remember when he bought it.
Yeah, but he hard baled
Hired it
down.
done, okay. Because I remember helping him unload wagons with the round bales,
Yeah.
both at Glebe and when he moved to Hi-Ho, which is where Pickering Creek Wildlife Sanctuary is now.
All right, I think we were going to get ready to take a break here for lunch, and thank everybody now.
Well, I do remember the all.
Excuse me, introduce yourself, both of you, and then we'll go.
Okay, I'm Cecil Gannon.
Greg Gannon.
The farm equipment dealers were a lot more of them than there are now. A lot more. There were a lot of international dealers. A lot of little towns had an international dealer. Of course, today, you know, they've all gone. There's an Oliver dealer at, I could say Longwoods, but it wasn't Longwoods. It's right at in the Fernbar farm down in Pleasant Valley. Urban Henry run it, and he sold Oliver.
Now, what time period would that have been? And did he start that dealership thing?
I really don't know that for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But when it started, I'm not really sure.
Okay.
But I remember it being there, though. And I don't think we bought any equipment there, really, or hay elevator, I think. But mainly, the equipment we had was mainly Massey Harris. There was a good reason. My uncle was selling it.
Now, who was that?
Morris Price.
And where were they located?
Right on the corner of Cordova Road and Route 50. It wasn't Route 50 there when he started.
The building,
Yeah,
John, where the 612 store burned a few
it
years
burned,
ago was
yeah.
actually that building way back when.
Okay.
And of course, we had a Massey Harris. They were Massey Harris. Massey Harris pull-type combine in 1940. I think we got one in 1946 because we never got wheat thrashed in 1945. It kept raining and it was shock out in the field. It kept raining, couldn't go thrash it. So we got a combine. I think it was 1946, and I can't remember what the number was. It was 6 foot cut. I knew that. And we used it a couple of years, and then we traded in, the combine looked just like it, but it was a 7 foot cut. And then, I guess it was 1952, we got a self-propelled, and it was 12 foot. Boy, it was a huge 12 foot.
Remember what that machine was?
An 80. Massey Harris 80 combine. It was a good combine. Anybody here had experience with them knew they were a top combine. There was 80s and 90s, but they were good. And I guess we used that up until 1960s, I guess, and traded in or sold it or did something.
Got an Oliver then, didn't
Got an Oliver. And I don't like to say if there's Oliver people here, but it wasn't worth a damn, so.
Tell it like it is.
That's the way it was, boy. Even the steering stuff in the back. First time I went across the field, it let go, let the wheel turn around like this, and of course drug the tar off. John Henry was selling it then. And then, of course, from that on, we had a combine in 1969, which is a Massey Ferguson, I guess.
It'd probably been the 510. wouldn't it?
510, and it was nothing to brag on either, I tell you.
Now, how wide a cut would the 510 have been, you suppose?
12 foot, wasn't it?
I think he was 12 or 15. I was a kid.
It might have been 15, I don't know.
Might have been 15.
And then we used that for a few years, and then we bought an Oliver at the same time too. And it was I ordered 12 footman, but it came in as 13 feet, the header on it. And it was an Oliver 35, I think. 35. And it was so-so, but the engine didn't have that long a life, and it burned the engine up after a while. And then from then on, we had, I guess we had Massey Ferguson combines, didn't we?
You had a couple of them that then moved on into the Case IH or the rotary.
Yeah, the rotary combine, and that was that was right at the end of the 70s. We got the rotary combine,
That's right.
and I don't know how many of them we've had. Several, I know that.
So what about your tractors when you go back in the day coming forward? What kind of tractors were you running?
Well, the first tractor I remember was a Minneapolis Moline. That's when I was 4 or 5 years old, I
Do
guess.
you have any idea who was selling Minneapolis here at the time?
Bennett Morris was selling that one, I know that.
So where were they been located?
On Dover Street, I think in Easton. Out toward the east end of it, I guess. West end maybe it is. But he's the one who sold it anyway. And he had a farm down Trap and had 2 or 3 Minneapolis Moline tractors on it too. They were not a popular make, but they were pretty decent machine, though, really. And after that, like I say, my uncle Morris Price was selling Massey Harris, so we sort of moved into all Massey Harris or ended up being Massey Ferguson tractors from then on. And we have had other kinds of tractors since that time, though. We've had Versatiles. What else do we have, Greg?
I remember when I was a kid, you had Oliver 77.
I did. We did have an Oliver 77. I guess that was still John Henry selling him. No, it was what's the man after John Henry?
I think it was at Harold.
Hugh Harrell. Hugh Harrell
Yeah, I think so.
had it. And
Cecil, something that was talked about today that I find interesting, and see if you want to visit this, is the transition from moldboard plowing to no-till and all of that, your experiences with that.
well, I think the no-tilling started back in the 70s, generally with soybeans. And I do remember all through that time, of course, there was a time you thought if you didn't moldboard plow, well, you weren't doing anything. You couldn't plant out there in a field that had never even been broken up. Well, of course, that all went by the wayside. And the no-till beans, especially after wheat, was the first things that I remember as being truly no-till. And it just kept progressing from that on until everything practically no-tilled now.
About what time do you think that the double cropping really took off here on the shore? I mean, that would have been, what, in early 60s or what? What time period?
I think it's more 70s myself when it really came on big time. Because people were plowing the wheat field and then planting beans, which was tough doing. It'd generally be dry and hot, and it didn't work all that good, but that's how we all did it.
Lose all your moisture.
Yep. And then, of course, they quickly moved over to no-tilling behind the wheat. That was the first real no-tilling that I remember. And it became very popular, still is today.
Anything that stands out in your mind through your farming career that you'd like to share with us? Any hardships, weather events, or just farm history? Anything that stands out in your mind you'd like to share?
Well, sir, about every other year was a hardship.
I want to talk about all the hogs you raised.
Yeah, I did raise a lot of hogs, too.
Is that right?
A lot of hogs.
Now, where'd your hogs go?
Well, mostly to SK, up to Y Mills.
That's something that hasn't been discussed today. Is it?
And-
Yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
And they had Penn Packing had a collection place for hogs over at Smyrna, I think it was Smyrna. And I used to raise up to 12, 13, 1,400 a year. I had about 600 at a time. And I bought those pigs all around 3 or 4 counties because I never had the best of luck farrowing hogs, but I found out I just well go buy the pigs from somebody else, which you could say today was a big risk, but it worked out pretty well.
So you would carry yours mainly to the SK buying station?
Yes, I'm sure about half of them went there anyway.
Occasionally you make a trip to Baltimore, would you? I remember riding with you.
I have done it, yes. But I couldn't see where it really paid to go there.
Something that nobody's touched on today, and I vaguely remember and have heard talking about, is Hurricane Hazel. What's your remembrance of that?
Well, I remember it turned one building over for us. It was my hog farrowing house, really. It was an open front, it was a chicken house. Of course, it's facing right due south, I guess. And it flipped that right over on his back. And it also blew one of the windows out in front of our house. That's the year Sylvia and I got married, 1954. And we weren't living in the house, but it blew one of the front windows right underneath the front porch, blew it right in. It was pretty rough wind. I don't remember we had all that much rain with it, but the wind was terrible.
Nothing about 55, John.
No, I know that.
Don't have a clue. Don't have a clue.
He hadn't gotten here at that time.
No, I hadn't showed up yet. I remember Agnes in 72. I think it was Agnes, right? That was the first storm that I was old enough whereby, it made an impact. I'd have been 14 or so in 1972. And I remember over now what is the Hog Neck Golf Course, that was probably the last year we tilled it. It was just about the time. You recall when you started tilling it, Hog Neck?
50. We're still in 57. We must have. It was around that time, 56 or 7, I do believe.
Well, I may be wrong on a date, but sometime in the early or the mid 70s, Mrs. W. Alton Jones donated to the county. It became the golf course. But we had wheat. Well, maybe it was barley because the storm hit. I think it was mid-June. It was a real early hurricane, and you remember the ponds and the chaos it was trying to get it all harvested and so forth. And of course, as we all know, there's been enough weather events since then. But Agnes is the first one that bothered me in any way.
But in general, what anything stands out in your mind you want to share with us?
I don't know. I imagine with the grain farms in Talbot County, the stories are going to be similar as far as all the different stuff's going on. Going back to the transition for not only us but the whole county to more minimum till or no till was a big deal because in our last days of moldboard plowing it all, we had a 280 horsepower Versatile, I think it was, and 10 bottom plows, which needed a weld job every second day to keep them together. But the deal with planting corn then was going out and plowing it and working it, and hopefully a 6-row planter, of course, covering 15 feet, same width as the 10 bottom plows, planting. We used that system for several years. And you think about back in those days, we didn't have electric pumps yet to fuel the tractors. And my brothers and myself, in the morning when you start fueling up, you crank the thing. I guess it pumped in a quart at a time or whatever it did. and you're worn out just fueling up the tractor back in those days. And as I think everybody would agree, stuff wasn't near as dependable as it is today. We all complain when you have a breakdown, and maybe you can't fix it as easily because you can't diagnose it, but at least in my remembrance, back in those days, there was a lot more stuff broke down. It was hard to go a day with lots of equipment without having to tend to something.
Cecil, anything else you'd like to share with us?
The Versatile was a very good tractor. I don't know who had them in here, but they were very good. Made in Winnipeg, I think, Canada, right there, which seems a long ways away. Stoney Duffy would sold the one we had, and he told me.
Speaking of the devil, we got him sitting right back here.
Stoney, yeah, I didn't even see him.
Careful what you say.
I will now. But he told me, Stoney said, I called out there because I was interested in seeing or maybe selling these tractors. And you said the man out there said, you don't want these tractors. They're too big for where you live around there. And he came in here. Then he said, darn, you don't have some pretty big open fields. So he ended up selling the tractors. But they were a good tractor. What do you call them? Component tractor, I guess, because the engine was built by Cummins or Cat or somebody like that. The rears were somebody else. And that's what they were, a component tractor. I'm not sure if they're built in Canada or Fargo, North Dakota. Winnipeg, I thought it was. Yep. And
All
they were real good.
Anything else you want to share? If not, we'll wrap it up.
Well, we used to be in the dairy business too for several years.
Okay.
Well, of course, my father was all his life until 1969. But we spent money and enlarged in the dairy business, which we should not have done, because the rest of the people were selling out a few years later, and which we did too. But being dairy business is very expensive. I mean, you got to have two whole fleets of equipment, one for the dairy, one for the farming. Of course, they all have their ups and downs, and dairy farmers do too. One year they're making money, next year's in the bottom. So I was glad to get out of that.
Where did your milk go?
Well, no. Maryland Cooperative Milk Producers is one we went to. And before we were sold out, it went to some other place in Pennsylvania. A tank truck come and got it both times. No, we never went to Abbott's. That was a good place to go, but we just didn't have that at that time.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
What about your straw, though? You guys
yeah,
done
that's
a lot
right.
of
You haven't
innovation
gotten
on
into the
straw.
straw.
You used to have to pick up them little square bales by hand, and your brother and you all got together. That's something to be noticed.
Yeah,
about
it
how the
is.
straw,
The way
don't forget that.
Yeah, give us a little insight on that.
You all built some stuff. You didn't buy it. You had to build it to pick up the straw and load it.
We did, some degree, yes.
Yeah, if my younger brother figured out the way, the thing that's on the front of the old payloader that grabs 105 bales in the stack, and we set it on carts. I think y'all maybe seen the system operate in the field. Cart goes to the barn, takes it off, and it allows us now to, we shoot for on a good day with 2 or 3 balers and everything to get 4,000 or 5,000 bales up and packed away, and sometimes more, because it moves pretty fast depending upon how close the barn is to the field. But you contrast that back with in the day when you were catching them on a wagon or picking them up off the ground, and our goal then was like 1,000 bales and 10, say 100 bale loads that you would catch off the back of the baler, get to the elevator beside the barn, get up the loft, and all that manual labor. We did that, a lot of that when we were kids. Dad, he was always finding something to bale. We bailed
keep 'em busy.
On your grandfather's farm, Lloyd, out at Crofton. He had left some windrows. One year it didn't get baled in the fall, and I guess he had told Daddy of having something, and he hooked up the baler in January. Went out there and it was dry, and we baled those old windrows up. We were all the time baling.
How many bales do those rigs you hook on the 3-point hitch of those big vendor tractors carry?
105.
105.
The same thing. The same thing.
I came through here with them one year. I don't know where you were bailing. I guess the over here at Dogwalk.
The same thing. The
Looked
stack.
like a wagon load, and I remember
It's the exact amount the stack wagon picks up. That
Exactly.
105. And so yeah, each one's 105.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
I'm Bobby Greenlee, and I live here in Easton. I worked for Elliott Equipment.
Bobby, speak up a little bit if you can. Please.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about your mic. Just
Okay.
speak a little louder.
I actually worked for Elliott Equipment when it was Elliott Equipment in town. I started there in April of '62, and we moved from there to Elliott Road in 1977, the fall of 1977, and then I kept on working there until I think 2002 when we actually got out of the farm equipment business. which the business had changed hands a little bit during that time. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it.
Mr. Robert, go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name's Robert Sadoff from here in Talbot County. Got a couple of things to talk about. There's been mention of a few sawmills, but they've all been stationary. Well, I happen to have one that was in my in-laws, and that's the Pullman family. Lloyd Pullman. Charles Pullman was my father-in-law, and Lloyd was his brother. And Lloyd had a mill that he actually took to, when he bought a piece of woods, he took it to the woods and set it up. Moved it all around the county, in different counties. And when they were selling the estate, we had a chance to buy it. So we have it set up now on my farm permanent. But Lloyd was a very ingenious man. Was spoken a while ago of timber wheels. Well, Lloyd had the first tractor I ever saw with duals on. He had 2 M Farmers in the woods. He had 2 M Farmers in the woods, and he built 2 log carts to put behind them. Had high wheel tractor on them. He had put rear ends up on top. And he put the power takeoff in gear and wound them up. Lloyd, you probably remember them.
Yeah.
And they had an old the pile of logs. Of course, it was all hand labor then. He had an old black man had a mule, and the mule was controlled by voice. He would stack those logs so that those carts could back over. Well, when the old, some days that fella wasn't there, they took that mule to the woods. Well, that black fella kind of had a little bit of a lingo to him. And the mule wouldn't understand what they were trying to tell him, so he just going back to the barn. He would take the mule to wherever he happened to be working. That's where they keep him overnight. So, what if I forget, Lloyd?
Well, I mean, Brennan worked at the Viscose Corporation during the Depression
Yes.
in Marcus, Pennsylvania.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I'll tell you what, Mr. Robert, I want you to kind of
Okay.
get done with your.
All
We're
right.
going to get you and Larry and then
Okay.
we'll elaborate on
But
that. I want Mr.
that
Robert
was-
to get done so he can go and so.
That's the sawmill part. And then I shared with a couple of guys a while ago. John had asked about double crop soybeans. I can remember it was 59 or 60. My father-in-law decided he was going to plow a field of barley under and put soybeans in it. And all we had was D17 with 414s, and they didn't like bare ground. They would chalk up trying to plow bare ground, let alone all that straw. And we put them in, and of course, you had to plant them in wide rows. There was no way of controlling weeds on a cultivating, so we had them in 38-inch rows, just like with the corn, and that was a success. So after that, we upgraded on the plows a little bit and got the bigger ones, and that's how we got started in that. But that was way back then. So,
Junior, you want to introduce yourself and you can pick up on that note? You probably remember that transition too. I'm sure you said.
Yes. Charles Lyons Jr. Been 5 generations of us here on Dutchman's Lane in Talbot County, Easton. I still have the piece of land that my great-grandfather came to in the early 1800s. John had asked me one day, we were talking about dealerships, and that's what I have put together, and I'll read off what I remember. I'm sure I've missed some, and you all can fill in. But when we started out here in my time at Easton, Albert Paulman had the Alice Chalmer dealership on Matthewstown Road. And then he moved to Old Trap Road. And then later Charlie Melky bought that from him. And then Charlie Melky for a short period of time also had Case. With that dealership, Taylor Spees bought that from Charlie Melky, and then Reuben Swan bought it from Taylor, and he went out on Route 50. Earl Ewing had the Farmall. Raymond Elliott then picked up Farmall and International, and then Morris Price was on Route 50 with Massey Harris. Shanahan Wrightson had steam engines earlier, and then the John Deere dealership. And Harm Stitchbury, after the war, had co-op. Dudley Piper at Long Woods had the Oliver dealership. John Henry opened that on Route 50 with Oliver. Hugh Harrell took over after John Henry with Oliver. John Noble had Ford at Easton. And then on Route 50, Massey Ferguson opened up there. And I don't know whether that went under Tidewater Tractor at that time or not. Later, Tidewater Tractor was up on 50. Messick was right out here on 50, close to where Cecil Gannon is. He had the Case dealership, also sold lime. Bob Roberts in town, he had a small tractor called the Panzer. Bennett Morris had in Easton, Minneapolis Moline. He was on Dover Street, right behind. As you come in town on Dover Street, you cross the railroad, and on the right-hand side was Edgell Brothers grocery store. There was a small building, then an open lot, and then a large building that had the dealership, and also a feed company was there. Joe Adams was at Trapp with Farmall. Henry Mushaw was at Trapp with Huber, and also a small line of hay equipment. Nevis Hardware in Easton sold short line pieces like wagons, etc. Jones at Cambridge was with John Deere. Hubbard's at Cambridge was with Farmall. Also in Cambridge was a feed company, which I can't remember their name. They had the Alice Chalmer dealership. Luthi had Massey Harris at Cambridge. And then Cambridge Tractor came along with Carroll Thomas. He took over the Alice Chalmer dealership, and then later Massey Ferguson, and then also White. Eastern Service at Cambridge had Case. Cheers Brothers at Queen Anne had John Deere, and there was also a Farmall dealership there. In fact, I have the parts bins out of that store. Duffy was at Y Mills with Ford. Charles Rathel had Ford, New Holland, Case, Long, David Brown. And Fred Rose at Queenstown had Alice Chalmer. Renshaw and Emery were at Centerville with John Deere and Dutes. Gibson was at Ingleside with Alice Chalmer. There was also at Church Hill a Minneapolis Moline dealer. Chestertown, we had the Massey Ferguson dealer, John Deere dealer, and the Farmall International dealer. At Crumpton, you had an Alice Chalmer dealer. In Denton, you had an Alice Chalmer dealer that was uptown and where the hardware store is now. That was before Schaefer. Then Schaefer took over the Alice Chalmer dealership. Preston, you had Preston Ford. Trace at Preston with John Deere. And Wayne Gobb at Preston with Case. In Hurlock, you had Farmall International, and you also had Oliver dealership there. We go to Salisbury, you had Pilchard Brothers. You had a John Deere dealer, I can't think of their name now. And the fellow mentioned E.B. Warrington at Felton. He had the Oliver dealership. Taylor and Messick was John Deere. Toll Brothers in Seaford were Farmall. Mr. Handy at Reliance was Minneapolis Moline. And of course you had your catalog, you could order a tractor from Sears and also Montgomery Ward. So that's just something that I remember.
Well, that's quite a collection now, I'll tell you what, that's the rundown. Mr. Robert, if you want to embellish on any of that, go ahead.
Yes, and after Reuben Swan had the Alice Chalmers in Easton, Elliott had it
Yes, we did. Mhm.
right there.
Yeah, we took it over for a period of time. And
Yes.
About when you think that would have been, Bob?
that had to be early 80s, and we kept that for a while, and of course I hated it. I hated it.
He wasn't ready.
Because it, well, that part. Well, we were in the farm equipment business, and then you try to put the construction in there with the same group of people. Great big excavators, we knew nothing about them. It was a war with me and Harrison Blades, but of course he won. But, and then, of course, most of you folks in here know, Mr. Elliott passed away in '79, and then things started to change rapidly. His daughter took over for a period of time, and then they sold the business to the gentleman that has it now. And so there was some changes went on there for a little while, and we did get rid of that construction business because he didn't like it either. But if we back up a little ways, when I started in town, it was April of '62. They just, and Mr. Wolf, he knows all about it. Gosh, just got out of selling IH freezers and refrigerators, but a lot of these folks in here had them because I know. The story goes that when tractors was hard to get, if you wanted to Super M, you had to take a refrigerator along with the deal. So I know one gentleman had 2 refrigerators and 2 freezers. His name was Roy Brooks, Sr. So, but them kind of things I remember.
That's good. Mr. Robert, we want to finish up with you so you can go. I know you got to go.
Yes, and the first one that Charlie mentioned there, Albert Pullman. Well, that's my father-in-law. That was his brother, and he was actually, a salesman for his brother. So we have in our collection home a whole briefcase full of old Alice Chalmers literature, what it was, the price of it, and some things we can't hardly read anymore of literature of sales sheets. But one of them that I can read was like a WC on rubber, and it's outlined on rubber for and colorways for $932. So, but it's amazing what the Alice Chalmers company had for sale back then. So.
Anything else? I want you to finish up, Mr. Robert, so you can go.
No, that's about it.
All right. We're going to change up here. Introduce yourself, or everybody, Mr. Bonks, introduce yourself and go as far back, and these 2 gentlemen can kind of help you along. And if you can take us through the Elliott history and anything else that's pertinent,
When we started the Packard, do you remember all
Oh,
that?
yeah.
He just took it off.
I was going to leave it on the table.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. Okay.
Oh,
All right, Mr. Wolf, go ahead.
My name is Rodman Wolf, and I came into Easton, worked with Raymond H. Elliott in 1947. Started with him in there when we had Buick, Packard, and farm machinery, and motor truck. And I stayed with him till '79.
Do you remember about when? So did he keep Packard until they went out of business?
Oh no, Packard went out of business early, and I don't remember what year because there wasn't that much of it. Because it was when I went in there, it was getting down, very little of it, but there was Packard there.
Do you you remember the refrigeration end of it?
Oh, yes.
Was that a good part of the business at the time?
Well,
At the time,
and
it was a big part of International's business. I mean, a very big part. It was a very profitable business.
Yeah.
But they elected to get out of it. But I remember going to several schools, and people would bring that up.
Did you go to Bel Air with me when I went up there to school?
No, I did not.
I went up there, and when I come back, first thing they did was tried to send me out to put a new motor and unit in a refrigerator. And all I did was just refuse to go because I didn't know anything about them. I was up in Bel Air for 3 or 4 days. I know I hadn't learned enough to do it.
Well, can you take us on through
But they did.
Mr. Raymond and the history coming forward?
But they did sell a lot of them, right?
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Wolf, and you remember how them deals went sometimes.
Yes, there was. There was a lot of the refrigeration sold.
Didn't at one time, Wolf, they put those freezers in the public schools and left them there a year and then took them out? International.
If they did, I don't remember that. I don't remember them.
The reason I say that because in 1953, I bought one and it come out of school, and that was the story that I got.
Well,
that had been in there for a year and then they take them out.
It may had. I don't know. I stayed just as far away from refrigeration as I could because I had enough to do with farm machinery and motor truck.
Now, was the trucking business there before they got into the truck dealership?
Yes. He had the Elliott Brothers Trucking Company. They were in the same building I started in, right next to Ford's Farm Machinery. And we started there, or that's where he started. Then he started building the building right below it for the farm machinery. He was going to take on the farm machinery. But when I went there, we were still in the old building. I stayed there for about a year or more. Then we moved down into the new building where it was farm machinery. We had just started it. Then I moved in there, moved the motor truck in there, because I was the parts manager there. And we moved everything down by hand truck.
Now, when you were there in the parts, were you handling parts for motor truck and the farm end of it?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And back in them days, the people didn't know how parts work as you go into any of these parts stores. You know, they got computers and all like that, and that's how they show their inventory. Well, Rodman had to do it with what they call a card system. Now, I won't call it a shoebox, but that's basically how it was, with a bunch of cards in it with part numbers on it. And they pull that part number up, and it would show you if you had 4 or 5 items in. And if you sold one to Bunk, you took a pencil and crossed it out and made it 4. And that's how he had to operate both trucks and farm tractors.
And a lot of his knowledge was right here.
And he had part numbers in his head.
Part numbers right. He didn't have to look at that book.
Just leave the mic. It's making a little bit of noise.
Thank you, sir.
Go, keep right on.
Yeah. But most of his numbers, he had it right in his head for both
right.
trucks and tractors. He was well known for that.
I remember going in with my father to get parts, and many a time I've seen that man. He'll tell him what he wants. He never went to the parts book. He just
That's right.
back in the
That's
back,
right.
came out with the parts.
Exactly. And he could do the same thing with farm tractors. You wanted a second gear for an M tractor, he could do the same thing.
Well, if you didn't learn the part number, and where it was. Even if you didn't remember a number, remember where you put it away at when it come in, when you had freight come in. You had a bin for it, and you put it there. You didn't put it the bin next. You put it in that bin so you'd know. But the part numbers were a whole lot easier to keep track of than a lot of other ways of things. Just remember. Of course, now I've only been out of there since '79, but I still remember a lot of part numbers and know what they are. But don't ask me what your name is or anything. I can't remember it.
Yeah. I just handed a note too, and I hadn't thought of this, but International was selling the pickups and the Scouts and the Travelodges, and
Yeah.
no such. That was the earliest SUVs
Yes.
that there were. And y'all, I'm sure y'all remember. You know, if you want to tell us a little bit about that, I'm sure Elliot was selling them, weren't they?
We sold tons of Scouts
Well,
and Travelodges.
I bought a pickup there myself shortly after I was there. I got it, the one they were using for salesman, Charlie Carroll. And I took it to Texas to my son, because he wanted it, and he was in service, and no way to travel down there. He didn't even have a place to sleep. He had to stay in the YMCA down there, where what he was in. But
But then you owned a Travelodge also.
Yeah, when the Travelodges come out, I got the first Travelodge that was put out.
Is that
I
right?
think, I think it was.
Yeah.
Just as soon as it come out,
I think
just as soon as it come out, I told him I got it, bought it.
I don't know how many years he run her.
Then
time.
then about 150,000 miles later, I bought another one.
Pretty satisfied with that. Thought we'd do it again.
Yes, it was very good.
So, Bobby, when did the tractor part end, and it just stay with the truck?
Well, see, it actually didn't end. Mr. Elliott, they built the building on Elliott Road because farm equipment was to the point then where it wasn't very profitable to start with. And they added that hardware store, and then they had no room in town to do it. So they built that big building out there. I mean, and it kept right on going. I mean, Mr. Elliott still owned it all. You got Harrison Blades to run the store out there. Like I said, we went out there in '79, opened that hardware store, which was True Value, and kept it open until Walmart came to town.
Mr. Wolf, then you were dealing.
But no, he did not go out there.
I didn't go out
But
there.
I mean, for a lot of years, and most of his career, he was dealing with the farm equipment and the motor equipment.
Until '79.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed.
I wasn't a farmer, didn't even have a garden or a tomato plant. But
Oh, yes, indeed.
I had to take it over.
Now, tell me this. I know how sharp you were on truck parts. Were you as equally as good on the farm parts?
Yes.
That's amazing. Do you know
Oh,
how
yeah.
many part numbers that?
But the trucks was worse. I mean, of course, he knows. I don't know anything about how. I know partly how that system was set up because, you know, we all went to the same person mostly if we could get to him. They had that card system, you know, to deal with. In farm equipment, you had a book and you had the same part numbers. They were just so much different than the truck part numbers. Truck part numbers,
yeah.
I remember, a real long part number, wasn't it, Rod?
Yeah.
But yeah, he could do either one just as.
So it's pretty safe to say that Elliott Equipment had one of the first computers that, around.
That's right. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
say later on you got, and you may remember Buck Blades. I mean, he got Buck Blades when they went out of
Yeah.
business up in Queen Anne. Jump Hardware, I guess it was, wasn't it?
Yes.
Right or not?
Yeah, Jump, yes.
So we got Buck Blades, and we got Jackie
Gibson.
Gibson.
Which was another Sharpie, but he knows farm equipment. So you have to go with trucks. And young Rod was,
Yeah.
he was right there.
Yeah. Now, by the time Young Rod come on board, they had separated. It was only
No.
No, it was still.
Young Rod was in the Navy when I went there. I think I'm right.
Well, he
Coast Guard,
started.
was it, when did he go in?
He started there when he was 7 years old.
58, see, and I was there, like I said, I went
But
to
he
April of
didn't
62.
get paid, but he went back every night that I had to go back, which I was on 24-hour call anytime, because if a truck broke down or a farmer broke down, they called me and I had to go out. I didn't make no difference what day, what night, anything.
If you work for Mr. Elliott, you're a very nice man, okay?
Yes, sir.
The word work
But
was one of his main words.
But
That's what he knew. and
That's what he
expected.
knew. He packed bearings by hand.
yeah,
Instead
well,
of having, and that's an old type thing now, right? The hand
Right.
packer. I don't know
now,
what they
now
have
it's
now.
oil. Most of it's run by oil
Yes,
now.
yes.
No, but
when
when
they
son,
did
when
that-
he come or was there, he'd be out with me at night or Saturday. Saturday, I'd put him on the parts book, put new pages in. And he stayed right there till he was, 14. Then he got a permit from school. So he come in as parts man. And he just left it, last week?
Well, it's a little longer than that, but it's not been very long. But he still goes in there, I think,
He was
sometimes.
still back in there, I think, last week
It
or
could
week
be.
before last. Or week before last.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Didn't he put in 50 years of service?
Just
Yeah,
about.
oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he was.
Anything that sticks out in your mind, Mr. Wolf? Any stories or anything particular relating to Mr. Raymond that you can relate to us?
Raymond, he was just about as well. I was on the road with him before he ever started International. He had his trucking company. I was with another trucking company in Preston, and had been there for 15 years. But when I went in there, when my father went with him when he first started, and they called me up Sunday morning, wanted to know if I wanted to come down. Says, a job in the shop or in the parts? Take what you want. So I said, well, I'll be down next week, and I'll give them a week's notice. And I went down and went right out in the shop on a Sunday morning. And before dinner time come, Raymond come to me and says, forget the time clock. You can go into parts tomorrow morning. So I went into parts and took over the parts department for him. And of course, I was born and raised in a garage and drove one of them things for 15 years. So I knew it wasn't quite as hard for me as it was of a lot of people.
What do you recall? What truck you started out with when you were trucking?
RG Autocar.
RG Autocar.
Four gear. So it has four forward. And later on, some of them come up 13 gears.
Now, what kind of territory was the trucking company servicing at that time?
East of the Mississippi.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So you had seen good parts of the country then?
Anything east of Mississippi. I hadn't been over to Mississippi until my son went in service, and I went down across the Mississippi taking him the pickup.
How about
An International pickup. He had bought it before he left. and this storm the other day, there was no more water the other day than it was that Saturday I left to go to Texas. From there all the way down into Alabama. It rained that hard and water everywhere. But Raymond Elliott, he got cancer, and he went to Cuba, somewhere down there, and see a doctor. And I didn't like it when he did, and I don't think he ever liked it after. Because when the doctor left Cuba and come back to the States for some reason to see somebody or something, and Cuba wouldn't let him back in. And Raymond was left there with no doctor, and he wasn't long leaving. Because he was retired right after I did. I retired in '79, last day of May. About a week, 3 or 4 days before I retired, I looked and seen him somebody back there going through one of my big closets I had back there messing around. And I went in and asked them who was that back there and what are they doing? Oh, said they're putting in a computer. The computer was half as big as this thing, them days. So I just went right on home, asked my wife, can you live with what we'll be getting? Of course, I was past my 65 years old at the time, a week or two. And she says, yeah, we're living now. So I said, well, I'm going to quit. And I did. I went back and quit. And that's why I quit, as a computer. And I would not have nothing to do with one of them.
Well, like I said, they already had a computer before they had that one.
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah, they did, but it wasn't hard. That was a mixture of a little of everything. Of course, if I wanted something in Baltimore or Chicago or somewhere didn't have it, I could just get on there and go anywhere in the world and check and see any dealer of International and see if they had what I wanted. If they did, they would send it to me, or I sent it to them if they wanted it. It was good, but not for me. It still is.
All right. Anything else you'd like to share with us? What would you most like us to remember? You know, as far as that business and that era. What sticks out in your mind?
Well, I don't know much about it after I left. When we moved farm machinery out and somebody else, George, took it over. And, but there's one thing about it, if they didn't have it, they would get it for you somewhere. That's the only thing Raymond Elliott ever really said something to me, maybe sometime I might not like. If you come in that place with a GMC, a Ford, a Brockway, or a Mack, and I didn't have a part to fix it, transmission or rear or something, he came and asked me, why don't you have it? That man can't pay for that truck with it sitting here. You find it.
Mr. Elliott strived on parts and service. That was one of his big things. He said, if you can do that, the rest of it will come to you.
We live side by side. I can be out there talking with him, and wife would come out and say, somebody wants you on the phone. Then they need something. Raymond would say sometimes, why didn't you tell him he's busy? I didn't tell him I was busy. He's standing there, no, because I went.
I'll share a little story with you. When my dad, Bill Daffin, was trucking, of course, that time, not a lot of diesels on the road. The old R220s and 190s, and had the big old V8s. Still had the black diamond, red diamond 6-cylinder.
Yeah.
Had the big V8s, 478s, and 549s. And like I said, we were talking earlier, Brooks in the back there changed those engines. Well, he had a motor dropped a valve one afternoon. Of course, busted the block and all. My dad told me, he said, I didn't have the money, to put a motor in it, put a short block. He said, I went in to see Mr. Raymond, told him I had freight to haul and didn't have the money right then. And Mr. Raymond told him, he said, you get whatever you need to get back there, you get that motor in that truck and you pay me when you can. And I doubt he's the only one that ever happened with.
Oh no, he done it for loads of people, and back in that
Farmers
time,
and truckers. The
and back in
farmers,
that time, a lot of farmers
half of them wouldn't have been
paid
on
twice
the
a
farm.
Twice a year.
A lot of them
Dairy
wouldn't even
farmers
been
paid
on the farm if it hadn't
once a
been for
month.
Raymond
But
Elliott.
a
I
lot
know
of them that
that.
had trucks, some of them that done both 2 times a year. He carried them.
He understood they had to make money.
Well, he was pretty much on top of the whole deal, see.
Yeah,
He knew the whole,
he knew what,
and he also knew who had money and who didn't.
because he started out in his truck and he was hauling fish out of Oxford and I don't know, something out of Chestertown for some type of a canning place up there. Then he come with Preston where I was. And but he was right there in hauling and he'd have it there for you the next day.
A whole lot to say about it then.
I didn't know where it coming.
Well, we're glad to have you.
Well, glad to hear and see you fellas. You always see some of these farmers and things, used to, out here at Walmart, but then I got so I can't get out there much anymore, see them. So I figured, well, I better come down here.
Well, he was the
maybe I'll
head.
see some
He was
of
the head man in Walmart. I'll tell this little story on him. A few years back, a bunch of the older gentlemen go in there for coffee, and talk about the world's problems and take care of them. Pretty much by lunchtime, take care of everything. Well, Rodman, he told me one morning at the parking lot, and I got to chatting with him and about going in here. He said, I'm the oldest one there, and I collect all the money from the guys and pay for the coffee. I take care of all that. So he was still in charge. That's right. So he's quite a gentleman, though.
Yes, he is.
He's quite a gentleman. Quite a gentleman.
All right,
Plenty of gentle, but not much man.
Yes, sir. Yes, you are.
Still a lot of man.
Still a lot.
All right, Charlie, if you introduce yourself, and you don't have to stand up. Just
I'd like to. Hi, I'm Charlie Adams. My home all my life, except for the 3 years I was in the Army, has been down at Trap. And I have a question to start with. How many of you write a day book or a diary every night? Got one there, 2 or 3. I write a diary every night, possibly because my dad did it ahead of me. I have a box home up in the attic, and I went through it from time to time in my dad's diaries. And there's an entry in there in 1958, somewhere along in there. And it says, Herb Newcomb came out and looked at the cows. 2 days later, it says Herb Newcomb came back and offered $1,000 for all the cows and all the hay. 2 more days, it says Orm Slaughter hauled the cows all down to Herb Newcomb's. That was one of the happiest days of my life when I didn't have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go milk cows. So we didn't have cows from that time on, but we did have a small farming operation partially built around growing tomatoes and canning tomatoes. Now, earlier I can also remember when my dad had a corn factory down on Lover's Lane. It eventually was no longer a factory, and at some point I know I sold it to Jack Morrison, the boatmans. So if you go down Lover's Lane, you'll see the old corn cannery there, but there's no corn canning done there anymore. It's all full of boats. And as far as the farming, it was a pretty good big part of our operation, along with the tomato cannery. We did grow wheat and barley. We two-cropped it with soybeans afterwards. We did do some sweet corn, but primarily the tomatoes. And I have several trowels, hand trowels at home that were used at planting the tomatoes. And then I think it was, what year, John, did we get the mechanical transplanters going?
Oh, boy.
In the middle 80s? I don't know exactly, but...
Yeah, it was late 80s. I started, the first tomatoes I grew for Burnley Wyatt in 1989.
And they were mechanically planted, the plants.
The plug plant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. So we advanced over the years. That mechanical transplanter, we had it set up on 3 rows. 3 people would be riding it, feeding the plants into the plant wheel. And we could plant up to 10 acres a day with that. And that was quite an advancement. But still, it was a lot of handwork, a lot of work in the factories. And I canned tomatoes at Landing Neck till 1998. That was the last year I ran. Dave Faulkner ran 2 years after I was. So I was next to the last of the little tomato canners on the eastern shore of Maryland. And I enjoyed it, but I never made much money at it. However, there was one year, I'm not sure what year it was, I think it was back in the 70s. But I know when my dad took the books over to the accountant to do the tax returns for the year coming, he looked them over for a while, scratched his head. He said, "Mr. Charlie, you might be in trouble because you've made so much money this year. You better go back and count your inventory. You can put it back. You can change a few numbers here. They'll come back to you next year." So only 1 year can I remember that we made really big money, because there was a saying that my dad gave me from time to time. Said, if you get in this canning business, you're not going to be happy unless you run the cannery. He said, and during that running canneries, you'll have 7 good years where you'll make money so fast you can't hardly count it. 7 years you'll lose money fast as you can. You won't hardly know how you can lose that much money, and all the rest you'll eke out a living. So I agree with that. We did have that 1 good year. I still got 6 to go, but I don't have any factory. So. Okay, I'm about finished that little part of it, but I do want to say that I've been well taken care of by Mary Ray Harrison Russ, right here beside me. If I didn't have her, we've been married 203 months. We still count it in months. And she takes good care of me. She has family down in Tennessee. And now, I'll announce it, she has probably told you, but she's got a great grandson down in Alabama now. So I'm proud of that. And I'm hoping we can make a trip down to see this new grandson in Alabama sometime in the year ahead. One more thing that my dad told me, or I heard him say it many times. Son, there ought to be a museum around here. I heard that many times. Well, back in 2007 is when we really got started. at TRAP with our Rural Life Museum. Our slogan there is building our future by preserving our past. And we're doing a good job of it. We have 4 buildings there now. And one of the newest things we got, and I don't know if this was a good move or not, but thanks to Bobby Croswell, we now have a website for our museum, www.rurallifemuseum.org. The thing about it is if you go to there, you can see everything we got in the museum. It's really complete. It's worth seeing it. So we'd like you to visit it. We are open on Saturday afternoons, well, not through the winter months, but this is still November, isn't it? It's going to be closed December, January, February, March before it'll be open on Saturday afternoons. But anytime you want to visit it, this little card gives you some phone numbers where you can visit us. Somebody will be at the museum to show you around. And that's about all I'm going to say, but I'll answer any question you might want me to answer. Oh, yeah, you want me to show you? Yes, I've got a couple pictures here. She scanned them. This is a picture of Joe Adams, and the one that I knew, his father, Uncle George Adams, who had the international dealership at TRAP. This is a picture of a little old, I think it cut 4 foot, AC combine. Got it from Milky. And I don't know what year that would have been, but it was one of the earliest of the combines. This picture here, I think, has some history to it. The main thing it tells you down here is that this boat, captained by father and son, transported the first load of wet shelled corn into Port Covington, Baltimore from Trap Landing on the Eastern Shore in 1984. That's when Granville Wise got started with the grain elevator down there. And I brought these along. These are
you. It was 1884, right?
No. No.
What's the date on it?
1944.
1944. Okay.
That's what I hope I said that. That's, yeah, 1944. When they started, that's when Granville Wise got that mill going, or granaries.
Yeah, now, Charlie, while you bring that up, I had seen a picture that was in Historical Society,
Right.
and I don't have much recollection of that. Do you? Do you know any of the history?
Oh yeah, I remember when we used to take the corn down to Trap Landing, and he had something raise the front of the truck, and the corn, would be rolled out into the receiving tank, and then it would be blown into the ship.
And that was probably a pretty major export terminal.
Right, right. And he had at least 3 grain tanks there, and he would work out of them. And well, actually, the boats didn't go too long. Pretty soon they were putting them in 18-wheelers, and they may not have been 18-wheelers then, but they were being transported by road to wherever. But Granville Wise was quite a successful businessman, handling all types of grain from the farms around the area. Just mention one more thing. I can remember these. We have several of them in the museum. The Farmer's Almanac, 76, 1978. These are the kind of things we have in the museum. There are many things of interest. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them. At the same time, I'm going to give out cards.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. John, did you have any?
Hello, is this on or not?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Whenever you're
Introduce yourself.
I'm Mike Milky, and this is my sister, Pat Milky Rhodes. I'm related to quite a few of you in this building here, Milkys, Daffins, Mulligans, and stuff. And I guess we're going to talk a little bit about our farming heritage and probably our common ancestors. One in particular was Frederick and Dora Milky that came, I think it was 1889
1892.
1892. Sorry,
1892.
she's here to correct me here. All right, okay, there we go. So I got plenty of people here to tell the story, and had come here, and I guess I guess a lot of the history of the area, what had happened post Civil War here, after slavery ended. A lot of the families, there was quite a change here. The whole system had been thrown on its head, and really a lot of the rich landowners down in our neck, that side of Miles River, the Lloyd families, Goldsboroughs, Tillmans, and stuff like that, they were really having a difficult time farming, and a lot of the farmers, Germans, Norwegians, and Scandinavians and stuff. If you look, there was a great immigration to this part, to the United States and Canada and stuff. They were leaving a lot of tough situations there, medieval feudal systems there that was really tough. You were almost indentured servants. So when they got the opportunity to come here, they came, and they were generally hardworking and good farmers, and to take over some of the land, and it was kind of a good relationship between the landowners, the Lloyd family, stuff like that, who would need somebody to till some of the land and stuff and share a crop and stuff, and it worked well, and they did well. And then some of the more prosperous ones were able to, in the great United States, were able to better themselves and then start businesses and become very industrious. And I think we're going to focus on, in particular, our grandfather, who had come over and with his parents, and I think he was 5 at the time.
Well, we've heard all numbers. We've heard 5, 7, 17.
Yes.
Put you on hold a second. Yeah. You got the history.
Come on up here with me here. We're going to keep it to now, some of the numbers might be over the general story. Okay, because okay. Well, some of the things are a little debatable, and the neatest part is, I know, John, you've seen them before. I've got all my grandfather's records from when he started farming, from 1911 up in the attic and stuff, and I'll bring them down sometime so we can go over those and debate. But the general story, what I'm trying to tell, is our grandfather Gus Mielke, in particular, one of 5 children and stuff, and in particular, and of interest to you, one of his sisters was Anna Mielke, who married Arthur Daffin and stuff, and so there was a connection there. You'll hear this over and over again, what happened. And so at one point when he came, our grandfather, he did a little bit of everything. I think he carpentered, he worked on the water, oyster, crab, things like that. He was a jack of all trades. He became a blacksmith. And I think it actually, at one point, at probably around 1910 or 11, he was working on the Lloyd estate. And they were putting a basement there, and he befriended Mr. Howard Lloyd, and he got the opportunity, and they needed maybe a farmer. One of the farmers are moving out. One of the farms was available, so he got into farming at that point. So at a young age, and in particular, then you needed labor, and which so oftentimes was supplied by your family, and sons were very desirable that time. They didn't have Patsy here. She can do everything. Well, she was quite remarkable. But anyway,
that's because I'm a woman.
Yeah. So when he started farming, in particular, one of the things, one of his nephews was Jim Daffin, in particular, and he was 10 years older than my father. And Arthur Daffin had a family of 10 kids. So, and actually it worked pretty well that he came down and start on the farms. And there's Arthur Daffin, and also he was a jack of all trades, and you might be able to know a little bit more on, but he had a sawmill. He ran steam engines. He actually ran the steam engine for the Tunis Mills cannery around the turn of the century. And even at one point, between the sawmill and the running that steam engine and stuff was actually more prosperous. He was on Linton Farm at the time, at the turn of the century, where he had probably a lot of the first kids in the family were born. Jim Daffin, Jack Daffin, all the others, and all of them and stuff. Ike Cook and Ike and all them were born. And he actually moved off the farm and stuff. He could do better just doing the other things. And I think that's really where my grandfather learned steam engines through probably Arthur Daffin and that part of the farm, and then Jim Daffin. So anyway, so my grandfather farmed on the Lloyd estate down there, first at Y-Town or Doncaster Farm, and then in around 1920 or so, he moved over to Grange and stuff, and started farming that, and then also farmed some of the others. But one of the most interesting things they did at that period, my grandfather was very industrious. He did a good job of working, putting other men to work and stuff like that. So he had 2 steam threshing rigs, wheat threshing rigs and stuff. And in particular, he had a relationship with Jim Daffin, who was his nephew, and he ran one of them. And my grandfather, and with Uncle Willie Milkey, who was the father of Charles F. Milkey, the equipment dealership, he would run the others, and then sometime my father, when he reached age, would run that. But they would go different directions in Miles River Neck, and one would go towards Presqu'Île and pick up the farms like Bill Sharp's farms, the councils, like Phil Council's father, just a lot of the names that all the farm families you would recognize. The other one will go towards the Ingleton side, the Neck Marengo farm and all that stuff. And through these records, like my father said, a steam engine would only go a couple miles an hour, so you would move farm to farm. You wouldn't jump around all over the place, so you could see exactly, and who was on each farm. And we can pretty much identify, going back through these records, who was on each farm down in Miles River Neck through probably a period from about 1913 to the World War II. And it was just it's just some fascinating things in those records. One thing in particular you saw, they made pretty good money, but you could see the charges they had for threshing wheat actually dropped as the Depression, hit and stuff like that. They were earning maybe 7-8 cents, and then it dropped to 3 or 4 cents and stuff like that. And times were really tough. And my grandfather also, he had some sawmills. He was industrious enough. He employed a lot of people. Had a couple sawmills, and they not only sold lumber to different landowners and people like that, that made fences and things like that and everything. Also, he would cut up the lapwork, I guess the German in them. Nothing went to waste, and that would be sold as firewood to we got the villages of Copperville, Unionville, Tunis Mills, stuff like that. So yeah, that was another thing. They were very, very industrious. In fact, he even had, in later years, my grandfather owned the farm where we are right now, Dog Walk Farm, and there was a sawmill here, and I can just barely remember coming up here.
I remember it.
Right down here, so ended up here. But it's just you see the relationships back here, the farm families. So many of them were tied together. The Milkeys and Daffins. My grandfather married, or how do we want to say this? So many times, brothers and sisters married sisters and brothers. You didn't go very far to find your spouses. Sometimes it was next farm over, a couple farms over, and they were very close. You'd work together, and I can remember, how much I enjoyed when we filled silos and things like that, or got up hay and stuff, and that was kind of reminiscent of the earlier days of wheat threshing days, where they get together and sit and have, the big highlight of the day probably was lunch at that time, when you'd get a chance.
A big spread, yeah.
Yeah.
The women went all out. When you went there and helped somebody, you got it food, whatever the specialty was. Like Ted Shortle made mint iced tea. You got that, or somebody was good at cooking bread, was homemade bread, somebody with cakes and pies.
And Dorothy Mulligan would come over, all the Mulligans, the Milkeys, and all that stuff would get together, and so many of them, Milkeys and Mulligans, you married and stuff like that. And just like even today, my 3 oldest sisters, Patsy, Pat Rhodes married Temple Rhodes, my next sister Bonnie married Mac Brinsfield, my next sister married Johnny Callahan. They're all 3 dairy farmers within like a mile distance on Church Hill. So the farm family is very tight, and still are. We're still tied in so many, there's not many, Shortles, Milkeys, names and all that down there. It's just, you find connections here and there and everything. But the other point was, as time went on, during the wars, and you see looking at the records, you can see where the money was made on the farm. My grandfather was lucky enough to do some other things, sawmills, but the cash crops really were wheat and tomatoes. and stuff. You can see that's where they kind of made corn and other things like that. They kind of grew maybe to feed the animals and stuff like that. But just looking at those records, that really stuck out with me where they would
Tomato
make.
was main crop around here.
Yeah, well, they really
Everybody
make cash. And then during each of the wars, I know in particular World War I, know they talk about how wheat was very, we made a lot of money off wheat and stuff like that. And I know, and down in Miles River Neck, our side, as the Lloyd family in particular, after the Civil War, there's folklore, they owned 1,000 slaves, but they did over 300 and stuff. But after the Civil War, they were still land rich, but as time went on to live that lifestyle, they had to sell off sell off bits of land and stuff like that. And that gave the opportunity for farmers, some Milkies and Daffins and Shortles and stuff to come down and finally buy some farms, and some of these areas opened up. So my grandfather, I guess his opportunity came 1932, actually bought a farm, I guess, 400 farm. 400 farm. I guess the Mulligans had actually been farming there. Other, family, I guess Larry knows that. And he actually, I guess the Mulligan family farmed it for a while. And then my father started farming when he got married there in 1938. And then my grandfather had the opportunity, after living through the Great Depression, he was able to sell that farm for twice as much, and then bought this farm up here. He actually paid off. Now, some of the things, some of the government programs back then, I guess, really for farm, I think the farm home or loan, farm credit and farm bank like that. Right? So there were some things like that. So really, some of the working people and immigrants were able to kind of better themselves and stuff and in farming. But it was quite a change there. But anyway, our grandfather was very, very industrious. And, it was kind of the great American success story. And then the other families, they are Arthur Daffins, the Mulligans, Milky Shortles, and everything. And Patsy, you can tell them a few stories there, some of the things. I like the story you tell, too, of the, in World War II, the...
I was going to tell that.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about how it was for the women in that area. The big thing was the wheat threshing was the biggest crop. And so it was really the social work time for the ladies too. So they would get together. So if they were on, say on Jeff's farm today working, the day before they would have been over, say, on our farm. And so after we had dinner, and it was at dinner, it wasn't called lunch then, it was called dinner. And it was a dinner, it was lots of food. People brought things in, but the ladies would work a day ahead of time. So if they were at Jeff's farm the day before, if they were on our farm, say, after we had this big dinner, they would get together and they'd make all the desserts for the next day. They'd carry all that stuff over. But what I can remember of this was, as Mike alluded to, was when my grandfather still spoke some German, but he had a little German dictionary. And to get help at that time in the 40s, or in the early 40s, I was born in 1939, so my grandfather, they would go in town, and at Webb's Airport in Easton, is where they had a camp for the DPs. Do you remember the DPs? They were the displaced persons. So during the World War II, the people had been these soldiers had been captured, were sent over here, and we would go in town and get those fellas. So I can remember there was a big old tree in the front yard at 400 Farm, had this large limb, a root actually grew up about this high, and it was probably 6-8 foot long. So my grandfather would set these German soldiers there and talk to them, using his book. And that was a vivid memory of mine. And then the other memory was the dinner, of course, getting ready for it. Now, I wasn't big enough then at that time to really do any of the cooking, but I could shoo the flies away because all the tables were set up out in the yard. So I had to shoo away the flies and kind of help the other little kids that were running around. But the dinner was served, and when everything was ready, you'd go out to the pole that held the dinner bell and ring that dinner bell, and that was a clue to the guys out in the field. We didn't have radios in those times to come in, for dinner. So after dinner was served and all the dishes were cleaned up, and the dishes I especially remember, I collect dishes today. My grandmother had these bushel baskets full of ironstone dishes, and that's what we used. And these were washed, dried, carried from farm to farm as we went through the threshing season. So that's about what I remember of that. Do you know any other stories that you remember that?
Well, another thing, some of the cultural things there, and there's a couple iconic photos. I guess there's one of actually Robin's Holiday took of. It kind of has all their family together. It's you see it so many times. The history of Talbot County, Gus Milky's wheat threshing rig at Wadtown Farm. It's even, like I said, the Smithsonian Institute, which shows Milky's and Daffins and stuff all working together and stuff. And it was social thing. And then I guess a little bit of the black farmers at that time, because you saw that, say the day, because even there was a great picture taken there of Teddy Shortle. And I think Dorothy Mulligan, serving, they would, we'd all work together and stuff, but still at lunches, it would still be segregated and stuff like that. But there were actually, in our neck, there were quite a few black farmers in that time, the Blakes and some of the Monies and stuff like that, Emery Dill and stuff like that and stuff. But really, probably, some of the problems, social, but a lot of them probably went on and just farming. As you saw in everything, there was consolidation, economies of scale, just like we did. So many went off to college, and so many there were jobs. Go work for the post office or anything like that. And or something like that, and do better money of farming. Just like Mr. Adams had talked about too with dairy farming. I guess our 400 farm, we had dairy cows. I can remember I was only about 8 or 9 years in 1963 when we got rid of the cows and stuff, and it was really through that period when. A lot of them left, and I guess they're still kind of proud because 2 of it, is there 5 operations left in Talbot County, and 2 of them are our sisters and brother-in-laws, I guess, and stuff. So we're hanging in there and stuff, but but things have changed there. I'll put it that way. But we're still. That's the other thing. Like I say, you have to adapt. My sister Patsy, I can remember, she they been quite successful farming. Went to Queen Anne's County. I remember when the computers, Mr. Wolf talked about, came about. You were one of the first ones. I mean, our articles.
1981. It was their anniversary present. My husband said it was the worst present he ever got for the first month.
But computers and adapting and stuff like that and carry on. So I'm just saying, and all the other farm families we see, they're left in this. It's probably, compliment a lot of them, or a lot. So many people when I went away to college and all that stuff and came back, worked here, and they think of. You chewing on a piece of straw with a straw hat and stuff. They don't realize how sophisticated farming is, and all the technology and stuff you have to use now. It's always constantly changing and stuff. But the other pressures we see around here with down our way development and stuff like that. But it's been very interesting, and it's been a very rewarding way of life. And I lament it and stuff like that. But it's just like I say, there's others here to carry it on and stuff. I think
it's in our blood.
It's in our blood.
Well, when Mike was talking about the black farmers, there was a blacksmith named Albert Emery. And like when I was 5 years old, which would have been 1960, you'd see him. He had a old Conestoga wagon. He had a mule with burlap bags on it to keep the flies off of it. And he went around. That's all he ever had. Never had a truck. He had car tires on it toward the end. I remember that. And Mike was talking about the kids going off and getting education. Well, William Roberts, Butch Roberts, I went to school with. He used to ride up there with him. He was just a little child. Now he's the president of Verizon of Maryland. So
that's right.
He made good of himself up. I mean, that's how Miles River Neck worked. Everybody worked hand in hand, no matter who you were. That's how the working class people there all had to work together.
And I always loved a lot of these stories that I got from my grandfather, and one in particular, Jack Daff, and that your grandfather and relative. And I always remember one story he would tell. They would just paint such a vivid picture. He just would tell me stories about the Great Depression. You'd ask, how bad was it, and stuff like that. And he said, he used to, he would walk all the way from Tunis Mills to Presqu'Île in a day, and he would cut up with an axe, I guess, and saw and cut up a cord of wood, and that was $1 a day, and that was a good day's wage back then.
You had to be in the woods working before the sun come up, and you weren't allowed to come out of the woods until the sun went
that was
down.
probably 4 miles and stuff like that.
So you had to get up 4 o'clock in the morning to be there at 6.
But he said, he said, Mike, we were lucky. We had a smokehouse, and I had a cow, and we had a few stuff like that. And he said, Mike, you really had it tough there. I said, no. He said to the blacks, he said, a lot of times I would go to the sawmill, and all they would have would be potato or onion sandwiches. So I felt really lucky. And that always stuck in my mind then, how tough times were then and stuff. And I know my grandfather, was pretty successful. He employed a lot of people, Gus Melky, throughout the Depression, doing a lot of odd jobs, stuff like that. And I remember them talking about opening up the smokehouse, and helping people out. But those were truly tough times, and there weren't the safety nets there and stuff. And you're hearing these stories of, these great stories related in the Great Depression and stuff like that. So
Yeah, but you have to talk about wages. You got very little wages, but you got your keep. You got so much flour, so much.
That's your lay-in. That's your lay-in.
Whatever,
Yeah.
keep whatever. Worth your salt. You got your salt, your sugar, your flour, whatever.
That's the saying is saying not worth your salt.
So,
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, because I've got those. It's interesting because on the different workers there, that Lewis's or whatever and stuff who work there and stuff, and it's just fascinating. There's old records and stuff. I get them out I need to get them out again and look at some of that stuff. But anyway, I guess people look back at us maybe ours is a good old days or something like that. But those were good old days in a lot of ways. The ways farmers worked together, but they were awfully tough too and stuff. Compared now when we're working in air conditioned tractors and things like that and stuff, it's
Well,
quite.
to carry on what Mike just said about grandfather Gus Melky, hard, blacks, everybody took care of them. Well, I live on the other side of the Dog Walk Farm over here, and the day the state roads put my culvert in, it was Preston Keene, which they called King Cutter. Go after the knife was King Cutter, they called him that, and Taterbug Bowles, I don't know what his real name was, but they both worked for my grandfather. And there was a white guy, he knew who I talked to. I talked to Mr. Keene and Mr. Bowland, because they knew my grandfather, and we could talk the same stories about Miles River Neck.
They're funny.
All right.
I brought along a booklet that I've been putting together, some of the family history, and I brought it along for some pictures, so we'll get some pictures taken. Everybody's welcome to look at it. It has some pictures of the threshing machines and stuff. And I do have some pictures of Charlie Melky's dealership too, so I'll get that together for you. Yeah. Does anybody have Isabel's, or cousin Isabel's address? I think I've lost that. She has a lot of those records.
I do not. I have to look, see if I have.
So if anybody has it, I appreciate it because we can get some more information.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to go around.
No, that's fine.
My name is Lester Beachy. I'm from near Kenton, Delaware. And I'm not that old to be telling stories, but I have a few stories from people who are no longer with us that I thought were interesting, and I brought them along today. I made a few notes, typed them up this morning, and made corrections going down the road. So, mention was made a little bit about people thinking that farmers have a blade of straw in their mouth, but I don't know about you, but it seems to me if you haven't sat on top of a load of hay on the way into the barn chewing on some of that fresh hay, you haven't lived yet. Anyway, the first stories I have are stories that were told by Lewis B. Bloom. Now, Mr. Bloom lived on Route 11, just a little northeast of Hartley. He lived on the farm that his parents farmed, and he stayed there until he died. It's on both sides of Route 11, and I believe he died in August of 2002 at 97, which would put his birth around 1905. Now, his parents were farmers, but in those days, as today, they did a little extra supplemental income off the farm. And the stories in our area are about people who made wreaths out of crow's foot or holly, and that's, I understand, why the holly tree is the state tree of the state of Delaware. I don't know that the Blooms did that, but they did several other interesting things that I want to relating to that. The first couple stories were told to me by Bruce Smith, who worked for Mr. Bloom when he was a boy, and later farmed the place and eventually now has it. Mr. Smith told how Mr. Bloom related that his father would receive orders from the railroad to make railroad ties in the winter. This is when farming, of course, was slower. And he would get this order. They would cut and trim these ties all by hand. And Mr. Losing my names here. Mr. Smith, should be able to remember a name like that, allowed me to bring this axe along. And if you look at this, you'll see that the handle is offset from the axe, and the axe is sharpened only on one side. And obviously this was used to trim all kinds of beams and things, for building probably, but we also suppose that it was used on those railroad ties. Maybe somebody knows the proper name for this kind of axe. Anybody here?
Big.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Alrighty. The other thing they would do is during the summer they would pick whatever extra strawberries or vegetables they had, and these would be taken to the railroad depot right there in Hartley. And by that was in the afternoon. By the next morning, they would be in New York City, ready to be eaten fresh. The fellow across the road from them raised squabs, that's pigeons, and that would be sent off to the city. But I don't know which city. Wilmington, probably, maybe Philly. Now, the next story Mr. Bloom told me, though he grew up on the farm, I think he went off to college, and then he worked at Eastern States for a while. Some of you probably know better than I do, because this was a little before my time, but I think Eastern States was taken over by Agway or replaced by him or something. Okay? So he worked there. I think he worked in the Dover Eastern States. I'm not 100% sure of that, but that's kind of my impression. And he related how the Kent County, Delaware farmers were mostly poor, the land being owned by people in town. And these sharecroppers would farm much of the land in Kent County. And these farmers really struggled. And so they might not make it more than several years at one place, and they'd move to another place. So these sharecroppers were all the time moving around, exchanging farms, sort of. And the farms suffered. They did not prosper under that kind of management and change. But he said that changed when the Amish folks came to Delaware. He said they came in and bought the farms. And as you can all imagine, once you had somebody farming the land that owned it, it got done a little different. And he said that's when Kent County, Delaware began to look like something. The specific thing that I recall him talking about that they did that hadn't really been done well before was they began to apply fertilizer and lime. And that might have been of particular interest to him because he worked at Eastern States, I don't know. But there's a little background to this story about fertilizer and lime that goes back a little further, and I don't know if this might be a little off of our track, but I find it interesting, since I take an interest in history, to know why things happen. And Amish farmers using fertilizer and lime goes back over 300 years, back when that was not commonly done. The Amish and Mennonites began in Switzerland in the early 1500s. They were persecuted for their beliefs pretty badly, killed by the thousands, either drowned or burned at the stake or sent off to slavery in the galley ships in the Mediterranean. And a lot of them got pushed out of Switzerland into South Germany. Now there they got a bit of toleration because so many wars had been fought that the noblemen there didn't have enough population to farm their estates. And it was known that these Amish and Mennonites were expert farmers, and so they would tolerate their strange religious beliefs in order to have their farming expertise. And at a time when the rest of the farmers would take their manure and load it into carts and take it down to the river and dump it over and let it float away, the Amish folks and the Mennonite folks were taking the manure and spreading it on the fields. In addition, they would spread lime. Now, this was not the normal practice in the area. Some of them who weren't on estates, who had lived in villages, and then the farmers would live in villages and have outlying farms away from the village, they would sneak out at lunchtime to spread the lime on the field so they wouldn't get ridiculed by their native neighbors. And yet, you know, they began to notice that their crops looked better. So the neighbors would start asking, what are you doing different on your land? And so then they would learn, you know, they're putting their manure out, they're putting their lime out. And so this was not a new practice for the Amish farmers that moved to Delaware to put down fertilizer and lime. In fact, some of my dad's cousins out in western Maryland, in like the Oakland area, one of them related to me how they used to, I think the term was burn lime. Yeah. They described how they would, they dynamited, I think, this out of the side of the hill, and then they would put down a layer of wood, layer of limes, stones, another layer of wood and so on. They cover the whole thing with dirt, and they'd have a little opening on one end, a little opening on the other end, and they set fire to this inside, and it would burn for, I don't recall, weeks, I think, days anyway. and eventually it would become lime that they could put on the fields. So perhaps that was done in Europe too. I don't know how they did that back in those days. But so the farmers of Kent County who struggled to survive because they didn't own the land, as somebody else made the point here earlier today, when the Amish people took over there and did own the land, they began to fertilize and lime like their ancestors had done for 300 years. The other thing about Mr. Bloom is that he later got a house of laying chickens, and that house still stands. It has a very interesting mechanized method for taking the manure out of under the roosts. I suppose maybe there were others, but I've never seen one like that before. See what else I'm forgetting. Okay, now I've got a couple stories that were told to me by Harvey Durham back in 1978. Now, Harvey Durham was born in 1896 and he died in 1983 at age 87. At one time, he lived at the farm on 3943 Judith Road, Dover, which is actually between Kenton and Hartley. And this relates to supplemental income, too. I never forgot this story. He told me how he would gather mare's urine, and it was used to make medicine, which sounds pretty horrible. But they would haul this to Wilmington. He would take a load to Wilmington with his horse and Durban. He would leave very early in the morning and come back very late at night after dark. And he told me the story of how once he was coming down Judith Road. And my mother used to say that Judith Road, before it was paved, was a very sandy road. And so you can imagine as he traveled, he didn't make any sound. Well, this was one night, one of those pitch dark nights, and he's going down the road. No light, didn't need any light. But all of a sudden, crash! Here was somebody coming the other way with a carriage, also no light. They didn't see each other, and so their front wheels overlapped. So the one guy's carriage went over the axle of the other one's and went in between his wheels. So there they were locked up on the road in the dark, and they had to get themselves apart. I thought that was pretty interesting. He made no mention of a flashlight, which I don't know if they had in those days, and I don't know what year that might have been. I don't recall that he said. He also told me when Delaware Route 8 was built that he had horses, and he hired men to, I think it was 3 or 4 teams of horses that he hired out to, I suppose, the state or somebody, to help build Route 44. So those were supplemental forms of income that he had as a farmer. There was a lot of talk today about threshing. My grandfather would tell the story about how he went with his Uncle Steve. And I don't know if this was done in this area. This was in western Pennsylvania, but it might get somebody thinking about this area. They would go, and I only know the German term for it, but the farmers would gather up their clover and dry it, and then they would come along with a tractor and a seed separator of some kind. I'm not... Clover hauler, okay. Okay, nobody's talked about that here today. So that's something to talk about. But they would do that, and they would travel pretty far with this tractor and stay out overnight. And one story, this has nothing to do with Eastern Maryland, but it's funny. My grandfather's very hungry, but his uncle told him, he says, well, you won't be hungry at this next place. When they got there, they had just butchered chickens that day, and there was feathers in the gravy. So he lost his appetite real fast. But in this area, I could tell a little bit about, there was some question asked about putting up hay in the barns. And my grandfather had one of the largest barns among the Amish. They had 3 barns on that property that burned down, struck by lightning. Yeah, I think it was 3. It was 2 or 3. But the one that I remember was larger than what they have there now. And the way that I helped them put up hay, the way they did is they had a hay loader that they pulled behind the wagon that put the hay up, and then they had slings that they laid down. Like there was a sling on the bottom. They put a certain amount of hay, a certain thickness. They put another sling in, and they kept doing that till it got up pretty high. And I was driving the horses, and the hay was up over my head finally. I was pinched in the front rack. So you get up to the barn, and they would drive right into the barn. This barn was, some barns I think that you could do it from the outside and the end, but my grandfather had it so they could drive right into the center of the barn. The track went across overhead, and then they had a pulley arrangement up there where they would let that down, and they would pull up the ends of the sling and connect it at the top, and then the horse, they hitched up one of the horses, and they walked out, and that pulled, of course, the load up into the loft, and then, of course, from there they could pull it either across to the cow stable or across to the horse stable, and they get it way over where they wanted, and maybe they wanted the load, the sling of hay way out under the eaves back somewhere, so they'd start that thing swinging. And finally, when they got it where they really had some momentum, then they'd let that thing loose and it'd fly back in the corner where they wanted it. So that's how they did that. And that was always kind of fascinating to me. My neighbor, this is really a short bit here, but since there was some talk about the cannery stuff, my neighbor Joseph Smith, who was born in Kitshummock, he had to have been born around 1900 or something too. He told me once about how he had a job working on a boat that hauled canned goods from Fleming's Landing, which is north of Smyrna, out to the Delaware Bay, up the river, through the C&D Canal and over to Haverty Grace. And then they would load up stone there and bring it back. So that was always interesting to me. Now my last story, I have it all written up at home and didn't think about it till my way over. And hopefully I can get through this story okay. You know, farmers helped each other, as we've heard today. They were also giving people. And some years ago, I went to visit some missionary friends in Paraguay, South America. And before I went, my dad told me a story. Me going to Paraguay jogged his memory. And I imagine that'll work this way today, as we've talked here, that people are jogging each other's memories. But he told me that after World War II, well, maybe I should back up a little. As I told you, the Amish and Mennonites were persecuted pretty fiercely in Europe, and Catherine the Great of Russia had land that was not being farmed and invited some of them to move there, and they gave them freedoms, religious freedoms, and so on. So they moved there, but during World War II and World War I, they suffered tremendously because they were of Dutch or Prussian or German extraction, and so they were not favored so much by folks. And many of them died, some of starvation, and some did manage to escape, and after World War II especially, many escaped out into Holland for one area. And an organization was formed to help with relief work, and it was called the Mennonite Central Committee. And this organization helped transport these people to the United States or Canada if they were permitted here, or if not, if they were refused entry here, they took them to Paraguay, South America. And my father told me about a week before I went to Paraguay, he said that he remembers as a boy that the Mennonite Central Committee put out a plea for horse-drawn equipment for these folks down there, because they got down there with nothing. They lived in tents for a while. So my grandfather and my great-grandfather went back along the woods, and they took an old hay wagon they had back there, and they burned it up and took the fittings out of it. And they took apart a horse-drawn cultivator, and I think the other thing was, it was either a spring harrow or a scratch harrow. I have it written down at home, but I don't recall for sure right now. They took all that apart, they boxed it up, and it was sent to Paraguay. Well, I was like, that's interesting. Well, I'm going to Paraguay. So I get down to Paraguay, and one of the places I went was up into the area where those Russian Mennonites had settled at that time. And they had, have a number of small villages there. They make their own electricity. It's very deserty there, but they made a go of it. I'm walking through the town, and I noticed this big monument, and it was like a three-legged monument that came up to a peak at the top, and then it had connectors between each of the three legs. And I was walking around this monument reading. On each connector, I think it was two brass plaques on it with German Bible verses, and I was reading them. Then I got around to the last side, and here there was a different plaque. And it said that this monument was built in honor or appreciation of the folks in North America who helped them get started. As you can imagine, I felt a connection because of what my grandfather, my great-grandfather had done. It was one of the high points of that trip. And I'm sure the many folks up here who gave never knew about that monument. And the folks down there never knew who all these people were that gave. But this is not the exception, I don't believe, among farmers. I don't know what it is. There's something about green thumbs and farming, I think, that makes people giving. Thank you for your time.
Huh?
The barn dance story?
The barn dance, you remember? Oh, when I went to Salisbury to the armory, the barn dance? No, that wasn't the barn dance.
Oh, what was that?
That was regular dance. That was one of the big orchestras.
What kind of orchestra?
Well, it was a regular orchestra. It was one of the main, well, like big orchestras they had them days. And I never danced. But it seemed like old granddad would make you dance. And so I had to have this little granddad and you could dance. But I haven't danced since, except barn dance.
What about, you said that one time you had a girl on one arm, and what did you have in the other hand?
The old granddad? Oh, yeah, that's hers. We used to be good. I don't know, I haven't had any since 38.
So you had the fifth of whiskey in one hand, and you had the girl on the other arm, on your arm, right?
Yeah.
And you danced that night.
Yeah, I did that night. But you don't do that all the time. No, I had to stop. After 1938 or 83, I had to stop. I haven't had one since.
You danced that night, didn't you?
No, you're enjoying this, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm listening.
But don't you do it.
No.
Don't you do it.
No.
No. No, you don't have to do that to have pleasure. Well, I have to long ways to go home.
Yep. Well, it's been good talking to you.
Yeah, that sure have been good talking to you, yeah. Of course, the rest of your family, I've known a lot of them a long time.
How about Bill?
Yeah, but I haven't seen him in, well, somebody said I haven't seen him in 30 years. 30-some years since I was retired. Yeah, 79, and then I haven't seen him since. Well, folks, I guess I do. Old people.
I'm John Borga. I'm here to talk a little bit about sawmill in Talbot County. I grew up in the sawmill industry with my father and grandfather and my uncle, and most time we had portable sawmills. We cut a lot of railroad ties, switch ties. We cut quite a bit of piling. They went to New York City, like Staten Island, and some of them were peeled, some of them weren't. Some of them went to the creosoting plants in Philadelphia.
What time period are we talking about?
Late 50s, early 60s mostly.
if we had just had a frick sawmill, sometimes we had portable mills, we'd move them where we cut a track of timber. And then if there was a track close with the M tractors with the log carts, we would pile them with the horses and bring them down the road and stuff like that. I really didn't come too prepared about this, but we also, me and the Garrett boys, run a sawmill up here to Tuckahoe during the show, and would be nice if somebody really was interested to come up during the show and see what's it all about. You know, this stuff's all 50 years old. It's nothing modern.
Now, the mill that's here, what's the history of it?
It's just it came from Virginia, but it's a frick mill, Summers, like most people had around here. We also had a Faulkner sawmill. My father did, my uncles. They used like a Twin City tractor. Then the slab wood was cut them days for firewood. Sawdust was just put out in the woods. Nobody used the sawdust at that time. And some of them were logs were piled on like a mud cart, and they were pulled with like a Caterpillar 22, which is about the same thing as a D2, except it was gas.
Now you say a mud cart.
It's actually a mud sled. The horses would pile it on the sled, and they could put like 3 logs on there. I'm talking about 18-inch logs, and then the tractor could drag it right through the woods. You know what I mean? It wouldn't pile up a bunch of trash in front of the thing. And like I say, and these guys, they would peel these piling, like pine. We'd pay them like 3 cents a foot for pine and 5 cents a foot for hardwood, ones that had to be peeled.
While we're talking about that, most of them sitting in here might not know. You're talking the board foot.
Lineal foot.
Lineal foot. Yeah,
Okay.
we're talking about the
That's
piling.
what
Yeah,
gets straight.
lineal foot. And
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, that's fine. But like I say, the pine be 3 cents a foot. The ones and the hardwood, of course, was harder, would be 5 cents a foot. And them guys sometimes would total out $90 or $100 a week, and that was a lot of money. Of course, we were contracting them at that time. You know, if there's any taxes to be paid out of that, they were supposed to pay it. But yeah, after a while, you know, how the government come in and took care of that, made it our responsibility. And that's one reason, you know, you had to go to machine peeling what there was. And
Well, at that time, how did they peel them?
with a spade.
With a spade.
Yeah, they had their own, they'd take a spade and they'd sharpen it how they wanted to sharpen it and bend it how they wanted, and you better not touch their spade. Basically, and then like these railroad ties and switch ties that we sold, all that stuff was, especially the railroad ties, which were 8'6", 6x8, were loaded by hand on the truck. And of course, the switch ties is a 7x9, and they go.
The switch tie.
Yeah, switch ties where they come to switch. And they come. I started 9 foot, 9'6" on up to, and 6-inch intervals up to like 22 feet for a switch. And of course, the bigger ones we'd have to load with a derrick on a truck, and they could be hardwood. They wouldn't take no white oak. They wouldn't take no poplar, of course, and they wouldn't take no hickory because the hickory would straighten the S-arm out when it split. And they wouldn't take white oak, which you think they would, but white oak is so dense that they could not penetrate the creosote into them. Red oak would be fine. I saw a lot of ash, beech, and basically that's what I can tell you what was on Talbot County. Lloyd Pullman was another one that did that. There was probably Phil Anderson at one time before he put a permanent mill in. I'm trying to think. I heard of a guy talk about Mr. Johnny Anderson. I remember him having a sawmill which was portable. I'm can't remember all these fellows right now, but there was quite a few. And of course, the farmers, most of them had a permanent sawmill on their farm that they didn't do like commercial work like we did. They did for themselves, or some another farmer would bring it to them. And like I live in Landon Neck, and Francis Swaniger down on Swaniger Road had one down there, which is still sitting there now. I believe it's an American mill. His son Danny has it, but
That mill's still there.
that mill's still there. So basically, that's about all I can tell you right now. Like I say, I didn't prepare too well as I should have. But
Junior, you've been involved in timber a long time, but tell us something.
Well, like I say, we've been here several generations, and my grandfather was the one that started. Both parents were deceased by the time he was 16, and he had 2 younger brothers to raise. And he said he didn't have any money, so they were putting a railroad in from Claiborne to Ocean City. So he went there to see if he could get a job. And the boss told him that he was a little too young. So he started walking away, and the boss told him, says, well, I do need ones to grade. Do you have a mule and a scoop? He said, I have a mule, but I don't have a scoop. But he says, I think I can find one. So he did. He found one, and that's where he went to work. And one day the boss said to him, says, we're hung up. We can't lay any rails because we're out of ties. Do you know if anybody could saw us some ties? So Grandpop said, well, I know a man with a sawmill. I'll go see him. So he went down toward Ivytown. Mr. Rittenhouse had a sawmill. And Mr. Rittenhouse told him, says, I have the sawmill, but I don't have anybody to log it. And Grandpop says, well, I know a man that might help me. I'll log your mill. So that's how we got into the logging and timber products. Charles Lyons, Jr. So that's how we got going with it, and we're still active in it. And of course, you follow the things through. He worked with his timber cart and your crosscut saws. I still have his timber cart. And of course, I grew up around the crosscut saw and your axe, and of course, peeling your pollen with spades, and also we had scrapers we made to take the Camden layer off at times because the creosote couldn't go through that.
Explain that a little bit.
Well, your bark is one thing, but your Camden layer is the next layer in next to the wood where all your moisture travels back and forth, as I understand it. So
You have to peel that off.
you had to get that off, or most of it. Right.
yes, it's a white layer that once you take the bark off, if you don't take that, then it'll turn brown. And they will reject your pollen because creosote will not penetrate that. Because they put these pollen in carts in a big vat, and then they pressurize it, and depending on how much pressure is for what type of, in other words, how much treatment it's got in it, the more treatment, of course, the more it costs, but the longer it's supposed to last and stuff. I presume they don't even hardly do that anymore. In fact, I was telling you about loading this lumber. Well, they used to load this lumber by hand sometimes in a van trailer and then take it to Baltimore, cross the ferry and stuff. And then when we came back, they would bring empty cans for the canning houses. And then, because I remember my job as a little boy sometimes would be, I'd get in where the ice bunker was, and they'd hand me these tubes of tops, and I'd stack them in the ice bunker. The ice bunkers were they put the ice when they had vegetables or something on there and blowed the air. And they'd bring these cans back to different canning houses, like Adams's or Harrison Jarbo's, or, there's so many. Every place around there was a canning house, So I didn't mean to cut Mr. Lyons off. No, I had to say it before I forget him.
That's why we got two up there, not one. So go ahead, both of you.
So after that, we got in, or my grandfather and father got into supplying basket logs to the mills for baskets to ship different products in. And then from that, we went on into the piling was big and the defense building up and what have you. And then we never owned a sawmill. We always hired somebody to cut whatever orders we had. But
So you were just largely harvesting.
we had our own markets, like with the piling. We had a broker that would call us 4:30 in the morning, every morning during the week, and he'd tell you what orders he had or what he needed, and you could pick from that and tell him what you had. Or you'd say, well, I'll go look for something, to fit your order. You had an idea around the Tri-County area where different size timber was growing and what have you. And usually by lunchtime or middle of the afternoon, you had that bought, and the next morning you'd be in working. Today, you might be 6 to 8 months before you ever get permission to go to work. And so times have changed, but...
Tell me a little bit about, you talking about that, okay, you would get these orders come in at 4:30. How do you determine what you cut, and does the sawyer kind of make the most out of it? Or explain that a little bit about, when you're sawing this timber for an order, how you know what size to cut or...
Well, this was with the piling side of it, and you had your specifications for piling. Like
you just have to cut that timber.
You have to cut it basically to that size. It had to meet a minimum. It's just like ASTM piling would be if you wanted one 65 feet, it would be 13 inches across from the butt up with a 7-inch top, and it had the line. So, and of course, most of it was peeled. Once in a while, test poles were sent with bark on, but 90% of them more of it was peeled. And we had a lot of bars in those days compared to today, and our product was shipped from Long Island north up to that. Port Redding, New Jersey was a big treating plant there. Eddington, Pennsylvania was another one. Baltimore was one. Wilmington was one. Newark was one. There were several around. Wells was one here local years ago. So.
Now, are you transporting
Yeah.
it yourself?
Yes. Yeah, I started out in 1941 driving 1941 Ford truck, hauling piling to Long Island, a few loads, but mostly Port Redding, New Jersey. And it was a wonder-working piece of equipment. When it felt good, you had 85 horsepower, 4-speed transmission, 8 1/4 tires. You were overloaded, round back roads, and you had that motor turning by wide open most time, running 35 mile an hour. And no brakes on the trailer, no lights, nothing at all. So anyhow, it was a big thing when Delaware Memorial Bridge opened up. We could cross over into New Jersey then. And I never will forget the first morning they told me New Jersey Turnpike was open. So I pulled on up and paid my toll and pulled on off. And about, I don't know, 1/4 mile or so up, all these police cars come around and stopped me. And they came in and they said, "You can't be here." I said, "Well, I paid my toll." They said, "It doesn't matter." I said, "What's the problem?" He says, "You got more than 4 feet overhang." I said, "Well, I'll get off at the next exit." He says, "No, you won't. You're getting out of here now. You can back out." So that's what I did. I backed on out.
Really?
And then turned around, went up old Route 30, I think it was.
130.
130, yeah.
So about when did the Memorial Bridge open, and I mean, roughly, do you know?
In the 50s. I don't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly.
I know, but now we could come home on Turnpike, but you couldn't go up. And there was all kinds of getting around was problems, with light poles and stop signs, and like Camden Circle up there, that was a rough one to get around. New Holland Tunnel was hard to come through.
Mm-hmm.
And of course our trailer was just built out of another truck rear, and it set back there to itself. It didn't have no coupling pole. And for the longer stuff, we would set it back 55 feet from the drive axle of the truck. So it took quite a, do what?
We could use for like a fifth wheel where it pivoted, where you're totally pivoted.
Well, my grandfather, he was pretty good at building things. He would take and use 6x6s down the frame and then use 4x6s across for the bed, and then take 3 old saw blades and lay them together. And then we would cut a 10x12 bolster, as we called it. And of course, you didn't have a bit to bore a hole for the pin to go in, and what we used for the pin was a truck axle. So I never will forget the last one we made. We came into Lane's blacksmith shop, and Walter was one of the brothers, and he says, I don't have a bit big enough to bore that hole, but I'll bore it through there for you. So, of course, I was walking around looking at the mill. It was quite an interesting place there. And I come out, he had taken that axle, put it in the forge, and he was burning the hole through. So you can imagine what kind of hole you had when you got done. But of course the axle had the big cap on the end. It didn't make no difference for that part. So that's what you had for your fifth wheel.
My dad said he hauled pilings one time, and that's how they did it. The truck rear and it's old saw blades to make it.
Yeah. The trailer set back there. You had one chain on the tongue and 2 on the bolsters. And some places you'd get into would be too tight. You couldn't make the turn, so you had chocks with you. You'd loosen your back chain up and you'd take the one to the tongue, make it real loose. And whichever way you wanted that trailer to go, you either back up or pull up, and you'd shoot that trailer sideways. Now you had to be careful because you could knock it right out from under the load. So anyhow, it was.
We had a good time unloading these too. We had a can hook and an axe, and we chopped the steaks or cut a piece of wire. We cut the back one first, and hope you cut it enough. Then you'd come to the front, cut the front one. When you cut it in 2, or broke the chain or cut the wire, when it fell off, you hope you had cut the back far enough so it would break when it fall down. Sometimes it wouldn't. You have to jiggle the truck. And there's one thing you wanted to make sure before you cut them steaks, you picked up all the sticks off the ground, so you didn't really want to trip because you'd have a bad day. And
what you call cut and run?
Cut and run. And you had to learn that these things were peeled, and you didn't roll all off one side of the truck and left the other side stacked up. If not, the truck flipped up like this. Then they sat there and spin, But it didn't take you too long to learn that. And Charlie can verify that.
Didn't you tell me a story once about your father sent you up to the Philadelphia Navy Yard with a load of wood, a load of timber, whatever, logs when you were 15 years old?
Yeah.
What did you use for license?
Well, actually, when I was 14, I was able to save enough money picking tomatoes to buy a bicycle. Well, when I was 12, I bought the bicycle. When I was 13, I had enough money to buy a Whizzer motor to go on that bicycle. So at 14, I got a motorbike license, and that was good enough to go wherever he wanted me to go.
Yeah, I started hauling these logs on the back roads from the woods on a truck like a 41 International K7 of 15. And when I started hauling they cut me loose in Brooklyn, New York. I was 17 years old, and I didn't have a chauffeur's license because I wasn't on no payroll. See, but that's where I started out. Like I say, of course, my family was from New York City because they came here from Italy. But like I say, 17 years old, coming out of the Highland Tunnel, well, they have these winos and stuff on there, and you could give them $2 or $5, and they were fairly honest about that. They kept it clean because it was good livelihood for them. They'd tell you where to go at in Brooklyn. They'd ride with you. And most times I seen the police at the time to unload him because I knew I was getting close enough anyway, you know. But that's about how it was back then. And I had a little bit more horsepower because I was a little younger. I probably been a little older, a little younger than Charlie. And I probably had something with 160 or 70 horsepower, which is still smaller, lots more than any of these pickup trucks nowadays.
Typically, what truck would you be running?
I had a 49 KB8 with a red diamond in it. It was a 450. Then I graduated up and got a nice Brockway, a 53 Brockway that Service Truck Company thought they didn't need no more, see? So when I was uptown with that Brockway, in fact, your father had one too, because I've hauled grain with him before, yes.
Now, was that diesel or gasoline?
Gasoline, Continental,
Continental.
big Continental, like 600, 700 cubic inch, like 3.5, 4 miles a gallon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd seen one time, I don't know, the boat place up Chester River Boat Sales, Mr. Alfred Covington, used to buy grain from Fall Bower down to Kent Island. And got a truck stuck one time, and they sent the wrecker down there, Brockway, and she had an inline 8. I never saw such a hunk of iron under the hood in my life.
Mhm.
Straight 8, inline 8 cylinder, like you said, tremendous difference. Just sat there and idled, and I believe she could have pulled it right in half and two.
Mm-hmm.
How about you say one time somebody had a record with a straight 12 in it? That he had a distributor capital like this?
I don't know, I remember it's the biggest motor on the hood I ever saw. And it was a Continental, I do remember that. It was a hunk of motor.
But 8 was standard in the 50s.
A straight 8?
Straight 8 cars.
Maybe it was a 12 then. I know she was a Hoss, I know that. Anyway, go ahead, I don't want to interrupt.
Well, I can think of a whole lot more once I get up from here, you know, but like Charlie or somebody said, you know, you can remember about what went on 50 years ago, but you can't hardly remember your name now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that was Bunky said that.
I guess he's older than I am. I've just reached middle age.
Okay.
No, one thing that there's been an awful lot of changes both in agriculture and in the forestry industry. Like I say, I started out with pulling a crosscut saw. My grandfather could sharpen one with, I don't know how he did it, but you could pull ribbons right out of it. Very particular with that saw. He soon taught you didn't push it, you pulled it. And he bought his saws from Scary Saw Company in Baltimore on Howard Street. And in those days, he was paying anywhere from $70 to $100 for a saw. And then we went up to the two-man saw, which was a Diston with a Mercury motor. It weighed 110 pounds on the motor side. You had to keep it upright. It didn't have the a carburetor, I can't think of the name of it, that you could turn over. Then we went to one-man saws, and they have improved quite a bit, of course, now. And then we went to powered chainsaws, and on a Feller Buncher now to a rotary chipper saw. So things have changed a lot. Loading, we first started loading with skids and rolling it up on the truck. And then as we wanted to put more on, then you would put a cable or rope over and pull it up with a mule or something. And then my grandfather built what he called a shear pole, and that worked pretty good, but it was slow. And then he built a set of block and falls, and that's what we loaded with for years. And then after that, we went to front end loaders, now to what we call knuckle booms and hydraulic stuff. So it's changed quite a bit, and so has all of the other equipment. He started out with a mule, with a timber cart. We used a farm tractor for a little while, WC on steel, and then we went to the crawlers, which I still have 2 of those old ones from back in the 40s, and then to the bigger crawlers, to the skidders, what have you. So it's been quite a bit of change. So. It,
I got a question. I was gonna ask you about the progression of saws. And you talking about crosscut saws, was yours straight or was yours bowed and you rocked it?
it had a slight bow in it.
And then
Yeah.
one person would pull it, and the other one wasn't supposed to have any pressure on it, right?
Right, you pulled your side, and then the other guy pulled his back.
Some kind of oil every now and then, right?
Yeah,
And just constant whipping motion.
right, right. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. With that, I'm gonna move on. I wanna get Lloyd, we're getting tight on tape time here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, Lloyd Paulman, Queen Anne, Maryland. My grandfather started Talbot Lumber and Manufacturing probably back in the Depression era. He was working at the Viscose Corporation in Marcus Hook, Pennsylvania. Lloyd B. Paulman. So he said that at the time the Viscose Corporation, because of the Depression, was going to have to lower the wages that they were paying everybody. He says they weren't obviously making much then, so he said if they were going to lower his wages, he was just going to go out and go to work for himself. So that's when he started the lumber business. And if I've understood it correctly or remembered right, he would go and buy a tract of timber from whomever had a tract of timber for sale, set the mill up in that tract of timber, and he had a colored lady by Adeline Jenkins was her name, and her husband was Roosevelt Jenkins. And Miss Adeline would cook all the food and prepare everything, and they lived in tents and lived right in the woods. And he had a gentleman by another colored man. His name was Hucklebuck. I don't know his proper name, but when you would bring the logs up, you would put them on like a set of skids. And Hucklebuck was a very short little black man, and he would take a can hook, and as the log was laying there, he could take the can hook and roll it, and it rolled right over top of him and go onto the carriage of the mill. And then of course they would saw it up. And I think he said one day they left the dog down. When you roll the log up on the carriage, there's dogs that anchor the log in place so you can begin the process of sawing it. Well, somebody miscued and let the dog out, or let the dog stick out, because when you made that first pass, you're supposed to flip the log and put the dog back in. Well, somebody didn't do that, so when the mill come back, the dog got hung into the saw, and metal went a-flying, and people went a-running, and some profanity was ensued, and it wasn't a good time because it wiped out the saw blade. But anyway, Granddad basically started Talbot Lumber, and I think the last tract of timber that he purchased was right down from where I live today on 404. And it was Mr. Holton Rhodes owned that property on that piece of woodland, and that was, as far as I know, the last place that the mill was. And then Granddad got out of the lumber business and just went into farming.
Well, touch on what you had told me about what they did when they bought the tractor set up.
Well, I mean, they would, like I said, they basically, they lived in the woods. I mean, Miss Adeline cooked all the food. The men, had cots and lived in the tents, and they had oxen. He started out with oxen that would pull the logs, that they cut down. He went from oxen to mules, and then from mules, he had two small, I think Mr. Charlie alluded to that, two small, I guess, little Caterpillar dozers. They didn't have a blade or nothing on them, but they were little crawler tractors. And then he went to Farmall M's. He put dual wheels on the M's, and he also made his own, and Robert Sadoff alluded to that, he made his own timber carts. Take the rear end out of like an old truck or car, and took the old wheels basically off an M, I think, and you made a frame, and the rear sat up top so that when you drove over top or backed up over the log, you lowered the chain down through PTO. That drove the rear off a set of sprockets, and the chain would come down. You wrapped it around the log, then put the PTO on it, and it would wind it back up, and then you'd carry that to the mill, drop it off, and then proceed to put that on the carriages. He made a forklift out of a K-Series International. I don't know what size K-Series, but it was a K-Series International. You had to turn, when you sat on the forklift, you basically, instead of facing the hood, you were facing the rear end of the truck, and that's where the mast was. That in turn would pick up the loads after they were milled and put them on tractor trailers to haul the stuff away. But he made all that. He said he didn't have any money. He said you either made it or you did without it. It wasn't like you could, go somewhere like we do today and say, well, I need this part or that part. I think he was a frequent person of like Alton Ewing at Cordova had the scrap yards, a salvage yard, and he got a lot of stuff from Mr. Ewing and just welded and fabricated, kind of like what John does. You're pretty handy at fabricating, so kind of what Granddad had to do. So, and he also used to deal with a blacksmith. Mr. Irvin Lane had a blacksmith shop in Easton, And if I remember right, if you go into Easton today where the town police is, if you were coming out of the town police and looked straight across the street, there was a set of blacksmiths. Mr. Lane's blacksmith shop was somewhere on that street. And I've got a wagon at home that Granddad bought at a farm sale and restored it, and Mr. Irvin Lane made that wagon. So, well, I mean, well, I think the first farm that he bought, I think, was the Jump Farm, and that's outside of, well, it's right across, basically, in a sense, from right across from Tuckahoe Steam Show here, right on Pluggy Road. And then the next farm he bought was the Jim Kraft Farm. It's now a development. It's called Crofton. It's on Matthewstown Road, kind of right across from the big water tower, right next to Reuben Swan's property. Well, that too has been developed, and I think the last farm he bought is where I live at today. And I think that farm, Willoughby, was bought in 1960, so I'm not too sure when the other farms were bought, the years.
Something else of interest that nobody has mentioned today, and I guess your grandfather was some of the first irrigation in Talbot County.
Yeah, now that was put up on Willoughby. I think that was put up there in 1974. The big pivot, that was a 10-tower system. It covered 250 acres of ground. And the little system was put there, I think, in 1976, and that's like 90-some acres of ground that it covered. The farm at that time had a woodland right in the center of it. Maybe it was, 10, 15 acres of woods, because years ago when the cannery owned that property, there were homes in that woodland. It was like a branch, and Granddad got permission. Well, maybe he didn't, but he had that timbered off, and it was taken out of the farm so that the irrigation, the big one, could make a complete circle. And probably back then you didn't have to get permission, but today I'm sure you couldn't take that piece of woodland out of there so that system could make a circle. There's a small piece of woodland on the farm. It's right on Church Lane, and Bobby Hutchinson has tilled the farm for some time. And I got the bright idea to take that piece of woodland out. And Bobby said that I couldn't do it because it was non-tidal wetland. And he said, you better go in and talk to Talbot County about that. So I did, thanks to Bobby. And he was right. They said you can't touch it. So I showed them it's still a piece of woodland today. You couldn't play hardball with those folks. Yeah, well, yeah. That's kind of the nature of it, but like I said, Granddad, the lumber company enabled him, and basically it was piling, I think, is what he initially started as, like Mr. Borger was saying, and then from there, he would saw up 2x6s or 2x4s or whatever people needed, and the mill ended up at the Jump Farm when he was done with the logging business, and he set it up, and when you're going to St. Michael's, the bridge that's there today, the old bridge was not as nice as what we have today, but when that old bridge was torn down and the new bridge was built, I think the guy's name is Stewart, was a contracting company, and they took the old railroad bridge out, and it had these real massive creosoted pilings and big pieces of timber, and Granddad got them from Mr. Stewart and then remilled them so he could rebuild his sawmill and set it up at the Jump Farm. And then when Granddad died, it was Robert Sadoff. Robert Sadoff's family bought the sawmill, and Robert has that mill today. So.
I'm going to shut down a minute. It doesn't appear that I'm going to escape the microphone.
Lloyd Palmer from Queen Anne, Maryland.
John Daffin from Queen Anne, Maryland.
George Snorer from Ridgely, Maryland.
And I guess we're going to tell the tale. I was growing tomatoes. I was renting Lloyd Palmer's farm. He's my neighbor, and it just so happened that year for the rotation, we had the tomatoes on his land, and we grew late in the winter. We used to grow for, we grew the last tomatoes for just about every can here on the Eastern Shore. I think we sent the last load of tomatoes. I know we did to Charlie Adams, DeCecco, Friel, and Burnley White, John and right. We hauled the last load of tomatoes, I guess, to every factory that there was left running. Anyhow, and I don't remember the year that Hurricane Floyd hit.
I don't remember.
But anyhow, what was it? September 19th, 1999. Okay. Well,
99.
We had the tomatoes under the what we call the Church Lane field, a small pivot there to Lloyd's, and We're about ready to harvest, and as usual, I don't know, I'm sure we irrigated all year, and then about 2 days before we were to harvest tomatoes, Hurricane Floyd arrived, and 14 inches of rain later. Some of the areas of the field were under about 3 to 4 feet of water. And most of that croppage time was to go to John N. Wright. I think we were still maybe hauling some to DeCecco at the time. And Mr. Burnley Wyatt owned John N. Wright, and we had that rain, and called him up, and he came out in the field, and we looked at the situation, and we actually had to get pumps and pump the water out of the field to get the water pumped out of the bottoms. And when you walked out in the field flat-footed, you would sink down about halfway up to your calf. And Mr. Burnley came out there and stepped out of the car and proceeded to step down, and I thought we were going to have to get a chain, get him out of the mud. He said, "Son, you can't harvest these tomatoes." He said, "Mother Nature's got you." And I said, "Mr. Burnley," I said, "I'm tell you what, I can't afford this tomato crop to lay here. The tomato's worth more than the land, and I can't afford to let them lay here." I said, "We will get them harvested." So I called Mr. Arthur Knipple, excavator from over to Denton, and I told him my plight, and I said, "We're going to need a little assistance harvesting these tomatoes, and I need the biggest bulldozer you got with the widest tracks you got." And he said, "What are you going to do with that?" I said, "Well, we're going to get some cable, and we're going to hook to these tractors and harvesters, and we're going to harvest tomatoes." Well, Lloyd, I don't know, he'd been better off leaving town, I think, but he was there side by side with us. He would run the dump carts, and so we did. We brought the dozer in, and I called a fellow tomato grower in Shiloh, New Jersey, Frank Bytinger. And I grew plants and knew Frank through tomatoes and all. And Frank had been in a similar situation some years before and knew my plight. And I said, "Frank, I need help harvesting tomatoes. I want to see if you'd bring your harvester down and your manpower. We've got to harvest these tomatoes." I said, "There's just one little thing I think I should mention to you. We're going to be pulling you through the field with a dozer." Never hesitated. And what was Frank's driver's name? Jose?
Yeah, what did?
Juan.
Okay. Juan.
Frank's in Shiloh, New Jersey. Did not load the tractor and the harvester on the trailer.
They drove.
Drove that tractor and harvester.
Drove it down.
From Shiloh across Delaware Memorial Bridge and drove it to our place. He got there. We took the weights off. We took the front brackets off. And we fabricated hook on there. I think we'd gone and got 3/4 inch cable put on the front of everything. And we hooked to bulldozers and we started harvesting tomatoes.
And got them.
And yeah, I think we got all but about 2 or 3 acres there.
Yeah, really.
And do you remember what we had to do to get the cart loads out? Do you remember what we did to your field in that one little spot?
Well, it's now a pond or almost a lake, but I'm still in therapy because of it. But yeah.
But do you remember that when we pushed the topsoil back and made a road to bring?
Yeah, okay.
We actually had to take the dozer because the ground had pumped up so bad that even with duals on the front of the tractor and on the back of the tractor,
tracks on the harvester,
and we had the 20.8 38 tires on the Byron dump carts, you could not get out. We took the dozer and actually made a road. We shoved the topsoil back to one side, shoved the subsoil back to the other side. I expect we were down 4 feet in the ground till we hit something solid.
Yeah.
And that's how we brought the tomatoes out of there. But Mr. Burnley, to get back to that, he said, "Son," he said, "it cost me a lot of money to start this factory. I got to start these boilers and all." And this was like on the weekend, and we were going to have him tomatoes there Monday morning. And he said, "You're not going to be able to harvest these tomatoes." He said, "I'm going to send them," because we were the last ones growing. He says, I can't afford to start my boilers. I'm going to send my men home." I said, "Mr. Burnley," I said, "you get that plant fired up Monday morning, and if I can't get you tomatoes there, whatever it costs you to run that plant that day, I'll pay you for." And that was all I had to say. He never questioned me again. He went there Monday morning. He had that thing going. And Lloyd, if I remember right, we had 12 tractor and trailer loads of tomatoes sitting on his yard 4:30 Monday morning.
Monday morning, they were there.
And we harvested every load of tomatoes, pulling those dozers.
With the dozer, pulling
pick
the harvester.
Pick right tomato harvester.
Front wheel assist tractors, right, with duals. You even put the tracks on the tomato harvester.
Right, we actually had to
give it more flotation.
The tomato harvester wouldn't stay up, so we went and got steel tracks and put around the dual tires
On
on
the
the tomato
harvester.
harvester to keep it up on the ground. And that's how we harvested tomatoes that year. And I think we got them all but 3 acres. And, it's I took an actual picture of that year. And I did a Christmas card, and the picture of it was the picture of the bulldozer and the tomato harvesters, and I put the joy of the season, ... is the reason we need the joy of farming is the reason we need the joy of the season. But George, he's been a long time tomato grower, and well, you can remember helping. You came with your Portaway harvester.
Yeah, I did
Back
that
in the backfield there,
Yeah.
and helped us harvest. And we were hauling to Mr. Burnley then, if I recall.
I think so, yeah. You had that trickle irrigation in there.
That's right. Well, that's right. We did
Yeah.
trickle that field.
That trickled that field and that wrapped that stuff around things once in a while. But get Poncho and Jose to unwrap it.
Jose and Hop Sing.
And Hop
What, as far as the plants? Well, yeah. Well, of course, at the time, when I was getting into the thing, what George knows, I mean, we were all doing bare root transplants.
Yeah.
I mean, you had done that for years.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, Charlie, yeah, you had done the bare root thing. And the transplant quality was less than consistent, I guess
It
we'll
was getting
say.
worse all the time. Yeah.
And it made it real hard to establish a stand of tomatoes. So I was coming along about that time and looking for better ways to do things. I started growing the plug plants, where you actually grow the transplant in the greenhouse in the plastic tray, and then grow it out, and then take the tray to the field and pull it out. And then you had an existing root system versus the bare root plant. You actually had ripped it up out of the ground. You didn't have much of a system. And we started out like everybody starts out, and you're handling tray by tray, and we got doing more and more, and it got to be such a problem that we realized we had to come up with a better way to handle things. So devised just basically a steel rack where you could handle 16 trays instead of 1 tray at a time, and built germination wagons. We built a whole system around this rack so that you never had to handle an individual tray. You're always handling 16 trays. And so that went from the seeding room. You'd put the tray on the rack, and from the time you put it on the rack, you never touched it again until you were actually in the field. The rack would go in the germination cart, which would go in the germination chamber. It would come out of the germination chamber, go in the greenhouse. You would set the rack down and actually grow on the crop. You would pick the rack up when it was time to ship the plant. We had special trailers built. The rack would slide on the trailers. You would actually pull in the field,
Put 'em on the
deliver that, and set the
transplant.
whole rack on the ground. And even we had the transplanters
Yeah, you could
set
slide
up
it
so
right
that
on
they
there.
Then you slide the whole rack.
slide the whole rack
Yeah.
right in there. And
Yeah.
George was one of the ones we changed over. You had been doing bare root,
Yep.
and we got you switched over and got everybody set up. And Walter Smith was here earlier today, and we still grow plants for him. And George, in all his great wisdom,
Oh, here it comes.
tell him about your little hiatus and what you did this year.
Well, I grew tomatoes again.
Hold on to them. Can you just give me a second?
Right their trucks and don't say any comments. Right out there on my own place. Thank you, John. I just want, yeah.
We're good.
All right, but George, tell him, I mean, you grew tomatoes for quite a bit. Go ahead and tell him your story, and then I guess you must have fell down and hit your head here.
Well, I think something happened. Yeah, I hadn't grown since '97 was my last growing year of tomatoes, and this year I just started up again. John thinks something hit me in the head, and he's probably right. But it turned out pretty good, really. The technology has changed a lot, and we're planting in twin rows now instead of single rows.
George, what
that worked
years ago? I mean, what kind of yield per acre was a typical yield for you?
20 or so.
20 or so, and then
Yeah.
what did you get this year?
A little over 31.
31,
Yeah.
and Walter Smith that was here
Got
earlier like
42.
that. They got 42
They got
tons to
42.
the acre. That's what technology has done.
So, yeah, everything's improved and got better, and their spray program has improved greatly. I did not see a Colorado potato beetle or a tomato worm, Charlie, in the whole place, not one. I couldn't believe it.
42 tons per acre.
Per acre, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically 2 tractor trailer loads per acre.
But Charlie, those bugs, I mean, they had a good spray program, And it worked.
Yeah. George, how far back is tomato growing? I mean, ever since you've been knee high to grasshopper.
Oh, yeah. Pop always had tomatoes, and I think his father before him, because there was canneries down below Cambridge where I was raised for a while till they run me out of Dorchester. And then,
So basically, until you quit growing in '97, you had raised tomatoes every year of your life.
pretty much, yeah. I think there was a one or two in the early 70s I did not, but yeah, I've dabbled with tomatoes a long time. So,
Sometime tell them about the tomato picker you sent to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. We had an old FMC high. We started out, I guess I started out in '89. George was in there with Porterways, were kind of the harvester of choice here in the East, but in the California and in the West, the FMC Corporation built harvesters, and they had a 3-wheel machine, had the two rear drive wheels, but it had just one wheel up in the front, and the pickup chain and all was to the side of that, and they called it a high ton. And it had an old, the shaking mechanism was just basically a tunnel that went up with chains and a bunch of beaters, all very similar to what the Porterway was, but I think without a doubt the most parts-eating piece of machinery man ever invented. We didn't take two things. He didn't like wet land. Literally, you would be harvesting tomatoes, and one wheel would fall in, and she split her fruit into back.
Right.
And then the hand sort belt came up both sides on the machine. So you had people on both sides of the machine. Well, when one rear wheel fell in, she wouldn't go. Literally, the people would get off of the machine and get around and push. Sometimes that was enough for her to pop out and keep going. Well, 2 years of harvesting with her, we figured was enough. So we quit using the machine and went to a pick rate.
Right.
Well, I don't know how it come about, Charlie, but Charlie found us this fella in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, that was interested in this harvester. And we made the arrangements and got two sea containers. We put it in, and we had a second parts machine. We pulled the engine out of that, and we had a bunch of trays. We used to grow in a lot bigger cells. And we packed one container up with those trays, and the other container, we put that engine in. And shortly after that was when the war broke out over there, and they were talking about those Scud missiles. And I told him, I said, the best thing that could happen to that high ton would be a Scud missile.
How many changes did you make on that machine?
Oh, she got modifications pretty regularly.
No doubt.
It was not what you had paid.
So no, we made a few changes to the pick right too. But I mean, we ran one machine when I was harvesting. We'd load between 20 to 23, sometimes 24 tractor trailer loads a day. We'd start harvesting Sunday morning about 4 o'clock, and we would run round the clock 6 days. We would try and shut down somewhere around 11:30, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning for an hour or two, so I could go over the machine, any bearings or anything like that would start, and then the crew would come back in at 4 o'clock the next morning, and we'd go again. And we were basically, like I say, we were hauling to 3 canneries. We were hauling to Friel of Queenstown, to Checo to Rhodesdale, and Burnley Wyatt, John Inn right there in Fettlesburg. So basically would take 22 to 24 tractor trailer loads a day, and that's when we got started harvesting, and of course put a lot of pressure on that machine. So, but it did pretty good.
George, when did mechanical harvesting hit here? I think I remember as kids, the workers and us kids and everything picking tomatoes. When did
In the early 70s is when mechanical first got going. Dave Faulkner, I went with him one day over to Laurel, I think. Somebody over there had a mechanical picker. I don't know what kind. Horsey Brothers, wasn't it? During the gravel business.
Yes.
They grew tomatoes for Faulkner.
Okay.
Then. But they had some kind of a picker. That's the first one I'd ever seen.
Now, about when did Porter get started up there in Jersey with that? About that time?
I guess. It was a while before they got to us. Well, Tanner had.
Well, Mr. Bonk and Mr.
Yeah.
Omer, who's not here. I mean, they started out direct seed. Did you remember
no,
that?
I didn't do that. Tanner did some of that.
Is gone here now. But now, Bobby, you direct seeded too, didn't you?
Well, we did both. We did very good and
Yeah. But
the very last of we were direct seed.
Yeah, that's quite the challenge to get a stand of tomatoes, direct seed. But I mean, they were successful. I mean, remember Mr. Homer Webby? I guess Webby Doolin had the harvester and did most of the harvesting with a port away.
Yeah, Webby did that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But all that industry is gone now. They, like I say, what George is growing and where I grow plants for now is Furman Foods in Northumberland, Pennsylvania. It's about a 5-hour ride north of here.
Yeah, it's 192 miles one way from my yard to his yard.
Okay.
Most of the pickers, I guess, what was it, going back in the 50s and 60s, or local versus migrant workers and stuff, what percentage would you say was what?
Well, the hand pickers were clear up till the 70s.
But I mean, were most of them local? I mean, kids and people in this area?
No, they were.
Years ago, I'm sure more of them were local.
Oh, more were local, but that's fizzled out a long time ago. That got to be into.
Migrants, and sometime in the late 60s, we quit growing hand-picked tomatoes. The last hand-picked tomatoes we had, I was a senior in high school, and we grew 2 or 3 acres. It was my project and my income, and I couldn't get enough pickers to pick that.
Yeah.
So, but prior to that, we never used migrants, except I think once or twice we got behind and we got some from out of Carolina for a day or two, something. But the late 60s, it was, and that was what killed it off and couldn't get the labor.
Yeah.
Well, you started out with, you would get some of the colored kids, and then some of the white kids would run on the harvester, and then the transplanters, and then.
Well, my girls grew up.
Yeah, but that kind of dropped away. Remember, then you had the older blacks that would still ride the harvester, and then that all kind of went away, and then you had to get the migrant labor, right, to ride the harvester and to transplant it.
Well, no, actually, we kind of depended on Charlie's labor there for a period of time. We had actually had a pretty good crew there at one time, but no, my girls grew up. I mean, we had to put pillows under their rear ends and blocks on their feet. I don't know, and I mean, they rode the transplanter, but I mean, they rode with the old help,
right?
And I mean, they remember all of that. But and then we would get high school kids,
right?
And we found out the secret to that, and that was the most important piece of equipment on the transplanter when you got kids is the radio. If you got a good radio,
you got it, man.
You got it. Now, the problem we always ran 2 transplanters. And you had kind of the kids that like country music on this transplanter, and you had the kids that kind of like the rock or whatever. And if things got mixed up, I remember an argument ensued one day, and one of the kids went home because he couldn't listen to the right music.
You have Lee Burton's book over there about canneries on the
Eastern Shore. Yeah.
At one time, I'm pretty sure there was at least 27 of us, what I call little canneries. Now, some of them, like Dave Faulkner and so forth, were considerably bigger than some of us littler ones. But they're all gone. That's my point. As far as I'm concerned, and I've talked with other canneries, we were regulated out of business.
Right.
It wasn't that we didn't have good product. It wasn't that we didn't have good markets. We were regulated out. That's what we lived in fear of when we were running the factory. And we
Right.
had basically a code with the employees. Quickly pass a word that we've got inspectors on the yard. And that's what stopped.
Well, Charlie, in one of these books, I think I saw some numbers somebody had written on, and it's in one of these books here, that at one time, when we surpassed, I think, any area in the country in production here on the Eastern Shore. And I think it's in one of these books, in the tons,
Yeah, I
the
think I
data
saw
from that. So we were actually the California of the tomato industry at that time. But that has all since gone away. But
During their time in the 50s, Harrison Jarbo canned more tomatoes than anybody in the world.
Right, we had 5 factories going.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And then, of course, Lloyd, we got, of course, the whole Willoughby thing up here.
Yeah, it was Talbot Packing Company. Yeah, well, I wish Jennifer was here to give you that history.
Yeah.
But yeah.
David, do you know much history on that?
I don't know that much. I know Fox's bought them out. I know they were not canning in 1969 because they had lumber stored there in some of our enterprises.
So they were not canning in '69.
That's how we built it from. It was torn down well, they burned a lot of it when I was up at the farmhouse, so that was 76 or 77.
So I remember kind of partying up at the old structure a little bit. So it was still there.
Went in the 3rd floor shooting at a duck blind line over on Rhodes' farm, it was abandoned 1,100 yards away with an M1. And shooting up everything in there to see what would penetrate what. That was all in the early 70s. It was done for, being torn down.
Now, somebody told me, and I don't know how accurate this is, and maybe you know, that the well there was, I forget how many inches in diameter and how many unbelievable, how many feet deep.
I thought it was a 600 footer, but it may have been a 9.
Isn't it 12 inches?
It's, I think, was it an 8 or a 12?
I think it's a 12.
I think it's a 12.
And the amount of water was phenomenal.
Yeah,
I can't
and they
remember.
didn't. It never ran out. It never lacked for. I mean, never hesitated or.
Carl Nick went out of the sprayer business. Pop sold that lot and have a guy build a house on it. And he's got that monster well to do a house with.
Yeah, but that well was phenomenal. It
Yeah.
never lacked for nothing. Never had any problems at all with it.
I think you're right at 12-inch well.
I think it was a 12-inch.
I suspect so.
I would. Yeah.
Yeah, my grandfather Walsh, Jack Walsh, worked there. When he came down here, and I mean that's who I remember. Talking about that.
about
Like
the
you
well.
said, I mean
Right.
it was. I mean just no end to the water. I guess
Right.
I don't know.
Guy I worked with in Summerlin, Bob Morris, that had worked there at the cannery before World War II. And they talked about used to have Polish immigrants from Baltimore come down here. They had that bunch of little shacks there in the woods where that house had been.
Right.
And the cannon house labor would stay in those shacks.
All right, I think we're done enough.
Good old days.
Yep. All righty, well, thank you all.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
All righty, I think that'll kind of conclude. Now, do I have anybody else? Bobby, do you want to? How much? Are we out of tape?
No, now I have 31 minutes.
All right, Bobby, you want to spend a minute? Anybody else here? I mean, that's why we're here. Come.
Larry Mulligan again. We've talked about the no-till, and we've talked about the moldboard plowing. And I want to tell you about the planting of a field of corn that my grandfather told me about, James Mulligan. The first field of corn that he planted when he went to farming, they plowed the field, they worked the ground down, whatever, and they called it a potato plow. It was a plow with about a 6-inch shear on it. You gauged from 4 foot from the fence and went down. And you gauged with the mule and the plow 4 foot, and you come back. When you got that done, you gauged 4 foot between the rows and went crossways. And when you got that done, you dropped 4 kernels at each intersection. That way you could cultivate crossways or long ways. When those corn sprouted and come up, you went out there, he always left 1 stalk in the hill. You pulled 3 stalks out, thinning them. The next day or two, you kept going out in the field, and if the cutworms had been there to cut it off that one plant, you had to replant it. Then you cultivated the field with team, and when the corn was mature, he said they went out, they called it pulling blades and breaking tops. They went out and pulled the blades off the stalk. Of course, the ear was developed. Broke the tops, wrapped the corn blades around the tassel and put it between the ear and the stalk. And when that was done, you went out in the field and hauled that, and they either blew it with a fodder shredder in the loft for the feed for the winter time. Then you went out in the field and husked the corn ear at a time and threw it in a wagon. And when that was done, you cut the stalks and hauled them up and put them around the barn so you could throw it into. Now, that was to get a bushel of corn, that was a lot of work. And then the next, what I remember, is Daddy planting the field with the 2-row corn planter with the war. Strung the war across it, and you had little knots in it, and it went through a fork. And when the planter had 4 grains, that
knot would hit that fork, and that would open the door in the planter, and they would go in. When you got to the other ends, you had to pull that stake and wire over. You had to distance a field was different things, but most of the time, a smaller field, you hooked the wire in the stake and you rolled it 3 times. Then you stuck the stake in and you went through the field again, clickety, click, click. If you didn't do it even, then the rows wouldn't be even crossways. So you had to make sure. But when that was done, of course, it had to be thinned out too, the same way. And then that corn was cut, put in shocks, and then husked out and put in the corn crib. But they were talking about farmers making stuff. The wagons weren't flat bottom, they were sloped sides. The board across the back, they called it when you went up to the corn crib, you couldn't get the shovel in the corn because it was all together. You put a shoveling board on the wagon, and that way you could start shoveling till you got to the bottom. The other invention, and I don't know who come up with it, when the farm wagons, rubber tarred wagons come out, they had the flat bottom, the sides. The ear picker fill this wagon up, then you had to shovel it off. They took the framing under the wagon, 2x8s, and come out. That stuck out the back of the wagon. You bolted 2x8s upway, cut hole in each one of the uprights, and put a galvanized pipe through it, and put a ratchet wheel on it with a handle, cables to a sliding headboard, and as that headboard come back, it went in the hopper of the elevator. Now, the funny thing about this, the same time, guess what else they had? They had hydraulic cylinders to go on these wagons, but that cost more than the sliding headboard. He's laughing over that. About some of the stuff that
they're leaving.
They were talking about Tanner Spies and all this on the no-till planters. Tanner Spies planted our first field on no-till beans behind wheat because we couldn't get the plows in the ground to plow the ground. Dad and Mom had gone away, and Dad had come home, and Tanner had been there and planted the beans. So Dad had said, I guess we wouldn't get no beans that year behind wheat. And I told him, I said, Tanner come in and planted it. And he looked at it, he said, it hadn't been plowed. Said we couldn't. I said, he planted it no-till. Dad had said, I wish there'd been one of the back fields where nobody would have seen it. Thank you. I think we ought to give John and his family and crew a good hand for all of this.
Names again, please.
Okay, I'm David Melky.
I'm Jeffrey Melky.
We're the other Melky brothers, not the ones that are farming right now.
Yeah, from Miles River Neck.
Grew up in Tunis Mills. Larry was just talking about the false headboard in the wagons. Now, my grandfather had them, and they chocked the wagon and pulled the false headboard with cables that ran around the rear of it with a tractor. First farm job I can really remember doing, we had placement tests in school for first grade. And I was in the first crew that did it on Thursday morning. And we got down my grandfather's, and he said, come on down and see what we're doing. Well, he was short of help, and Chippy Flamer, one of the old black guys that could be hired by the day, was there with a potato hook, which was a lot like a bent pitchfork. You had to control how much was coming off the wagon to go into the silage blower, which was the old tray type that was used to chop fodder, actually. And that was my job with him until Saturday noontime. We were done chopping silage to rake silage out of the back of that wagon. Now, what do you remember some of that other stuff? You
Well, I'm going to what Larry just said about husking corn. They had a husking hook, a corn hook. It was leather, went in your palm of your hand across 3 fingers, and it had a steel hook on it. And it was meant just so when you grabbed the ear in your hand like this and pulled, it would just pull the husk off. So that's how they husk corn years ago. At the same time, he was talking about shocking it and like that. And I've heard my father talking a lot of times when Larry was talking about cross planting the fields like that, and that's what they did. They did it so they cultivated it both ways. And they said you look at it perfectly straight each direction. And everybody took pride in it, it'd be perfectly straight. But the farmers was stupid. If you had a crooked line, when you got to the end of the field and straightened it out, you'd had more yield.
And he's talking that husking hook. When my grandfather was at Glebe Farm, Miles River Neck, they had a 4-acre lot near the end of the lane. They put chicken manure on it. And chicken manure is just famous for growing morning glories, and I don't know why, but you couldn't get a picker through it. So his hired hand, Yumpy Flamer, and me and him hand-picked that 4 acres, and, well, they picked it, and I hauled it in a wash tub out and dumped it in the wagon one fall. Because, there was stuff you couldn't get a machine through.
All right, then like they were getting over to one man from Delaware, talking about how they got the hay out of the field and they layered it with straps or whatever. Can't remember exactly what he said. Well, years ago, they had like a hay rake. You went and towed so long, then you tripped it and it would flip up, and you went on, you towed it so long and did like that. And then they had like an elevator. They would go up and drop it in, you pulled it, and it had teeth on it, would go up this galvanized metal and drop it in the wagon. And then you took that up to the barn and pulled it right up to it, and you had a rail system or monorail system come out of the barn so far. You had a cable on it. You had a big hay hook that would come down, and you either had a horse or a tractor would hook it and it would ride back up and go in and dump it in the barn like that. Well, then they progressed to round bales where you had to look like a Tootsie Roll. We always said it was a Tootsie Roll for cows. They were probably about this big around, and they made it so the baler kind of went up like this and had all these belts, and it'd be constantly rolling up the hay or straw or whatever, and then it'd make a clicking sound, or the farmer would have to be watching it, and then they'd have to push in the clutch on the tractor so the PTO disengaged while it knotted the string around the bale, and then it would kick it out, because if not, you would tear the thing up. Well, then you had to come along with a hay hook and hook up to the bale, put it on the wagon, and then they would take and throw it up in the loft at you, and you had to reach out there and catch it with that hay hook and pull it in. Well, if you didn't time it right, you got it in the kneecap, and that wasn't a pleasant experience. And then naturally, the young ones had to go up in the loft where it was 100-some degrees, and we threw to the bigger guys who stacked it nice and neat. But when you were the junior one, you got the short end of the stick, needless to say.
Being in the loft eating with square bales was no fun. If you put up hay wet, you had to put salt on it to keep it from going through a heat and burning the barn down. And I've heard 4 or 5 stories here on the shore. One here this last year where wet hay burned barn down. But I was a salt boy one year. It was up to Hi-Ho. But helped my grandfather unload the round bales because I could just get on top and kick them down to him one at a time. That was the year I'd had my appendix ache. Mom had a fit, afraid I'd break myself open, but it wasn't any labor to it. Little kid climbing up on something and kicking them. That's the most fun job I ever had on a farm.
Well, then they were getting over about like how you took the crop up to the barns. Well, the barns were a lot shorter. They had the granaries or whatever. Your cow barn would have a big loft in it. But then you had these little short sheds, and I always wondered why they had the short shed, and they would call it a granary. And it was so when you pulled the wagon in there with the mule or whatever, the men could shovel the grain off, over the shoulders, and it went up in there. So that's what the whole idea behind it. They didn't have elevators or
well, the floor was supposed to be wagon height.
Well, yeah, that's what it was, to get the shovel off.
So if you brought it in bags, you just walk right out of the wagon. There's a lot of stuff that we were on the tail end of. I remember the last few people with outhouses and pitcher pumps.
Yeah, everybody had pitcher pumps, that's right.
Electric, they had it in Tunis Mills in the early 30s, but deep in Miles River Neck, down like at Glebe, where Grandpop was, and White House and all got it in 47. Up in the neighborhood where I live on Fox Meadow Road, they got it in 47 because the war interrupted electrification of rural America. And you just didn't see that stuff out in the country.
And when Patsy was talking about World War II, when the German prisoners of war came over, the good ones, and they had them at the airport, and they come out on your farm and help and whatever, you weren't supposed to talk to them, you weren't treat them like they were prisoners. But people took them in like families, and they treated them so well, numerous ones came back and settled there. There's, generations of them now. They came over like late 40s, early 50s.
Gunther Sheeby, Gunther's Electric, was one. He wasn't here at Easton, but he came over as a prisoner of war from World War II, and huh? Okay, Helmut Lansky. Yeah, he was another one. Okay.
Lubeck, all them.
Charlie Lubeck was one of both them were electricians out of St. Michael.
So then, like,
a lot of different stuff.
They were getting over the progression of mules and ox, and like our grandfather had mules, and then they had steam engines, and they had old gas tractors and all that. But there was farmers in Talbot County in the 50s still plowed with team.
I don't remember them, but they
Bernard Southall was one of them.
Up around Cordova.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them still did. In our area, we didn't. Yeah, because Dad, of course, was sickly as a child, so my grandfather bought him tractors to use and got him a RC Case row crop 3-wheel, and it about bounced his kidneys out. That was his problem, so he got him a Model L. Now, a Model L was so heavy you could disc a plow field and it would not bounce.
But then he had what, W something, McCormick, what was that?
I think he bought most of them to run the sawmills and stuff with later. But a lot different world than we grew up in, what our parents were in, that's for sure.
Yeah, we got to do this again because my mind's not working too well. I need a little more time to think this over.
There's a lot of stuff stuck in there somewhere that we got to draw out. Like I said earlier, watching a combine dropping bags in the field and stuff like that.
I missed a chance with the loggers because I was in Canada hunting one time, and they had steel tracks that went on in Ford tractors, like a bulldozer, made like a bulldozer. And that's what they said. They used it for logging in the woods. And I was wondering if they did any of that around it, because that was the first time I saw it. So it was a kit that, you know. And then, like, they were talking about, when Lloyd Palmer was talking about the how they made things and all that, and how they ratcheted the logs up. With the old time thing with oxen was a cart, and it kind of looked like a sulky that the horse racers used, and they would do it, and they'd raise it up like this and hook the chain to it, and then have the mules or the ox pull it back down. That lifted the front of the log up to get it out so the log didn't drag in the dirt.
Old Mr. Handy's oxen log wheels are over in the horse suite building. And that's Spicer's? I thought that maybe it was Mr. Handy, because he used to always come up and do it. Okay.
Well, we're talking about the sawing. How about Wilbur Ingles sawmill? What brand is it? Or
I don't know if it's a Frick or not. I'm not sure. But our grandfather had a sawmill right back here where the Civil War camp is. I think it's the one that was moved from Miles River Neck, from Todd's Corner to end of Unionville Road.
There's a house there now.
And it operated down there in the woods, and I guess Arthur Daffin was the one that actually ran it for him. But he brought it up here, and it was sold off in the sale in 1967.
Right, well,
I don't know where it went.
We're talking sawmills in Miles River Neck. You older than I am. So do you remember hearing the tales about there was one, like right behind Millerville and Braca and Unionville, and there was a great big pile of sawdust up there like 50 years later?
In the back of Braca, there was a sawdust pile when I was on the school bus. Yeah.
So they had like a big one in and logged that one section out between Marengo Road and Gregory Road, Tunis Mills Road, and Unionville Road. They logged all that woods out once upon a time and ran a sawmill in there for a couple of years.
And that was new growth after the old sawmill in Tunis Mills, which was all based on water transport and opened in the 1870s and was abandoned by 1918, had shut down. Because John Grandpop said he shot his first rabbit there on November the 11th, 1918, and said when the gun boom went down, said there were sirens and bells and all this in St. Michael. He didn't know if it was the end of the world. He come down with the bug, and everybody else hopped in the boat and went over there and celebrated the armistice. But said it was abandoned, it was used for rabbit hunting. So a little bit of small history.
And you were talking about regulations, you know, for like my grandfather told the tale, but for that sawmill, they went out in the field about probably a mile away, over a mile away, and there was a spring there. They just drove a pipe down in the spring, never had a pump, and just kept running water to the sawmill.
Yeah. Well, that one I hadn't heard. There was a well that Blakesley put in at the old Y Mill in Y Mills that before Friels opened up a well on that strata flowed out the top of the standpipe. He used a hydraulic ram, which will take 2/3 of the water and dump it to force 1/3 of the water up a pipe to get water into his 2-story house where the DNR building is now.
And we were kids, people had cellars in Tunis Mills, had those rams in it for water pumps.
Yep.
One other thing, our grandfather, looking back at the records that they did, and I think my father talked about a little bit, but in the spring spring, of course, the winter, the roads would get so bad down the country roads and stuff, and they actually were contracted to earn extra money by going out and fixing the roads and stuff. to work.
Yeah, well, he had a scraper like we got here.
Yeah, but before that, Mike, my father told the tale, like going down to Bruss Island and all that, Lloyd's during the winter, got so rutted from freezing and thawing that they took the branches and the lapwood and put in the track so they could drive out.
Corduroyed the road, they planked it like a bridge.
Yeah, they planked the road. Every spring they do that.
They'd also fix the roads and stuff. I guess almost like a corduroy.
Some wild stuff in that.
So we live in a good world.
I worked at Old Y Mill back in 1971-72, and they talked about old Mr. Pug Sewell. We went and consulted with him of how to dress the millstone, because his father had owned and run the Old Y Mill from the 1880s into 1918 when he sold out to Blakesley. And he was old and he was feeble, but his blacksmith shop was right there on the corner where Farber's Service Center is now. But Dad, that's all, folks.
All right, well, just myself and my family would like to thank everybody for coming out and making this what I consider a pretty good success. Appreciate all the contributions. Look, they've been a big help to me. I couldn't have done it without them. Tom, appreciate being able to do it here at Tuckahoe. It's the way. It's the so. I don't know where it'll go from here, but I get, this was our first, I don't know what, our Farm History Preservation Day here, so we'll see. It may be an annual event, but thank everybody, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Thank you.